We call a meeting to order for the Transportation Commission for February 23rd, 2022. And Joe, if you could please read the instructions.
Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you're able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Please continue to use the raise hand feature when you like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. City staff will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the Transportation Commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joe. Aiden, if you call the roll, please.
Charles Miadz. Barbara Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Chris McCahill.
Here.
Ann Kovich.
Here.
Bridget Brown.
Here.
Bill Bremer.
Here.
Harold Cleaves.
Here.
Patricia Bennett.
Here.
Robbie Weber.
Here.
Darren Wozniewski.
Here.
And Denise Jess is excused.
Okay, so Harold would be able to vote. And actually, and here's Alder Miadzi. So welcome. So at this point, Darren, you would still be our backup and you'd be able to participate in all the discussions, but at this point, not able to vote as the second alternate. Okay, so speaking of Darren, welcome to the Transportation Commission. If you want to give just a brief introduction about yourself, that would be great.
Sure, thank you. Darren Wozniewski, live on the west side of Madison, and 20 years in community development, and really have spent my time focusing on just building great communities for all people of all abilities. So honored to be here.
Thank you so much, and we're glad to have you. So next we have the minutes, and we have amended minutes from January 12th because there was a strange glitch in the approval of the minutes that Aiden had in there somehow got dropped out. So you received a copy of those amended minutes, and then we have the minutes from February 9th. So if we want to take those as one motion, I would entertain that, unless anyone wishes to separate them. Harold?
Move approval of minutes as amended.
And the February as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Alder Miadzi?
Second it.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? And this would be for both the amended minutes from January 12th, approving those, as well as the minutes from February 9th. Alder Miadzi, did you have discussion, or is that just from your second? Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no hands, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote in favor of approval unless anybody has or wishes to abstain or wishes a roll call vote. If you oppose, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion is carried. Okay, I didn't see anybody registered to speak on items not on the agenda. Joe or Aiden, is there anybody that I'm missing that wish to speak?
No, Frank told us that he was only wanting to speak on item 5. So.
Okay, thank you. There was a comment that Aiden distributed, looked like it was with regard to the Metro Transit Network redesign. So I'm sure that went to Justin as well. So everybody can take a look at that. All right. Any disclosures or recusals this evening? Okay, not seeing any hands. Okay, at this point, if there are no objections, I would like to move Safe Streets Madison up on the agenda to be considered next. We have a number of folks from a youth group who wish to speak, and there was a request that we take them early in the meeting. And I would like to accommodate them if everyone is willing. Is there any objection to taking item 5 next on Safe Streets Madison? Okay, great. So staff, if you want to make a brief presentation, we'll do that and then go to comments from the public and then get into a discussion.
Sure. I think we can get pretty quickly to the people who've come to speak, because we talked about this quite a bit at our last meeting, but tonight we did come here with the idea that it would be good just for, getting these projects moving forward if we did approve some. And we had kind of listed 500,000 as kind of a minimum. And we had talked about that last time to try to kind of split the projects up a bit more. And also you'll probably notice in our memo, we mentioned one of the things with this is just having different options. And so you'll see that North Thompson has 2 options. And then, we've been kind of working on this Atwood Wabisa one and added a second option and scored it so that you could consider something that wouldn't be as impacted by construction in case you wanted to do that.
And can I just clarify? So that was on the separate sheet that you sent out?
Yes.
Separate from the big report, right?
Yep. That was a separate PDF where we took a look at some things that we might be able to do, knowing that there was a construction project in 23 that would impact the placement of an RFB.
So that was so that was the proposal that could be done in 22 with the proposal that you suggested be held until the 2023 project. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, we tried to look for some other options, knowing that that project did score well and knowing that we have had a lot of interest in that particular location.
Okay.
Other things, Tom, that we should mention before we kind of get to that public comment?
Westfield.
Oh.
So the speed humps on Westfield will have to be based on whether or not Metro's network redesign has future routes on Westfield. So if it does get the bus routes, then we would not go ahead with the speed humps. But we could do all the other items on the plan.
Okay, great. Thank you. And just to remind everybody, that was the one that Annabelle came and spoke to us about with regard to the park at Westfield and Walnut Grove, item 40 on the list. Anything else from staff? And there's a lot of material here, so it's a lot of juggling, and we'll just take our time and make sure that we get everybody's comments and have all information before we make any decisions. Anything else from staff at this point?
Sure. I'll just mention a couple other things. There's a couple things that we didn't score, which you might want to ask some questions about once we get to that part, including lasers to support Vision Zero safety-focused enforcement. That's on there, as well as a sign printing machine to support our projects. Both Safe Streets and particularly Vision Zero have really increased the need for signs and made it a little bit harder to get them done timely. And so we included funding for a printing machine to try to make that work more efficiently. So, and then otherwise, we have the fully scored projects, and then we have the list of ones where we just need to do more work, including engagement or gathering data that we'll be back with in March, in a month. And then we have some that we've listed on hold for a variety of reasons, and ones that could be potential future projects. And we continue to get projects and add them to the list and score them out. So there'll probably be some new ones in a month as well.
It's kind of a continuous process, isn't it?
Yeah. yeah, I think that's one of the things that came out of the report was this idea of like, if you don't make a certain day, then you have to wait a whole year, is that there would be some additional opportunities to continue to add things.
Great. Yang, go ahead.
Thank you, Anne. And thank you, Renee and Tom, for a summary. You covered really well. I just want to, I guess, mostly for the benefit of the public, just want to kind of emphasize that this is phase one of the recommended projects this year, and we're continue to work on other projects, and we'll continue to bring at least another phase of recommended projects to the commission for approval at a later date. So just in case public members didn't see their project on the list, I just want to point that out. This will also, of course, by approving some of projects earlier, it helps us to get moving on them. We're working more on others. It also actually benefits us by dividing the public work contracts into the optimum amount, so that we can go out and hopefully get more contractors to bid on them. And another point I want to mention that we had some discussion with our colleagues at the city engineering, who will be helping us on the implementation side, getting bid out on a contractor. Given the current situation, with contractors being very busy and also hard to get workers. So we may have to give more flexibility to contractors for this year's projects. So in the past, we always want them to get a project done in the same year. For this year's program, we may have to give them more flexibility so that we can get half party ones done this year, maybe others done in the spring, so that we can get a more favorable price, given all the inflation that we're seeing, and also given the current status of the construction industry. So even some of the projects approved, this year, some of them might be implemented, in next spring. So thank you.
Sure. And Yang, Tom, and Renee, I've spent a lot of time on Safe Streets Madison, so I know a lot of this, but I just want to say these words because of the folks that are here from the public, and just to remind all of us that just because certain projects might be prioritized now doesn't mean that we don't think that they're important. There may be reasons why it's more efficient to wait. It might be better to wait. And the prioritization is the hardest part, I think, of Safe Streets Madison, because we have no lack of good projects, as Tom and Renee have shown you with all of them that we have. It's just a question of how do we figure out which ones to do first. So I don't know, Yang, if you have anything to add to that. I don't want anybody to think that we don't think that their project is important.
Well said, Anne. Yeah, you're totally right that, all the requests are very important to us, and we would like to cover as many projects as possible. But even some of the really good projects, actually, it might have to wait for example, to take advantage of other opportunities. With reconstruction or resurfacing projects, we also have got some federal funding to take care of some of the issues, and we're also planning to compile a large list of projects. Maybe some of them maybe from the Safe Streets Madison list, and apply some federal funding, safety funding that's coming up. So there definitely are other opportunities, and every request is very important to us.
Yeah. Okay. So why don't we, anything else from staff before we go to hear from the public? Okay, Aiden, you want to go ahead?
Hey. So the first person is Howard Hayes from Wabisa Street, Goodman Center. Neither supports nor opposes, but wishes to speak.
Okay, Howard, go ahead.
Howard, you should have a prompt to unmute. And I believe all the people speaking from Goodman Center are under one Zoom account. So I'm guessing this is it. Howard.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. So each person would have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Sure. Yes, we can. Is this Howard? Who do we have?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Can you say who you are first, please?
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So each person would have 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
Sure. Yes, we can.
Hey, Howard, I can hear in the background that you're listening to our stream. If
Howard
you should
Hayes?
probably mute that. That's like a minute delay. So that's
Okay,
going to
thank you.
confuse you a lot.
What I just wanted to state.
Yep, you're good.
Okay. What I would like to state is that we have a couple youth here. Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's
Howard.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and turn that off real quick.
Okay.
What I would like to state is that we have a couple youth here. Oh, hold on just 1 second. I'm gonna take off the delay.
Okay. Technology, not always our friend.
Hold on just 1 second. I'm gonna take off the delay. Okay, thank you. So
Go
what
ahead.
we have done is we are working with a group of youth, and what we've done is attempted to work on a local project. This year for Martin Luther King Day, we had someone who came in and worked with us on trying to get the corner of Wabisa and Atwood to hopefully allow our kids to be able to get across that street safely. And on Martin Luther King Day, Grant Foster was able to come over and guide us on how we can best go about doing that. And so previously to that, we contacted Renee Calloway with Safe Streets, and we wanted to be able to give our youth an opportunity to just be able to let the Safe Streets committee be able to at least hear us out and hear maybe some of our concerns about that street, and then allow you to perhaps take it from there and allow us to be able to perhaps find a way to get across that street safely. And so we just have a couple of youth who are going to speak on their concern. And our first person who's going to be coming up is Jaden Hardy.
Okay, go ahead, Jaden.
Hello there.
We're having a little bit of a hard time hearing you.
It would be a good idea if you, put that.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
You gotta talk a little bit louder. You have to speak a little bit louder. And lean in.
It It would be a good idea if you could put that crosswalk there because if the street we are crossing on really is unsafe, I would like to make it safe because it ensures not only us kids but us adults, teenagers, and toddlers too. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Does anybody have a question for Jaden? Anybody on the commission have a question for Jaden? Okay, thank you very much, Jaden. Who do we have next, Howard?
The next person is Jaden Howard.
Hi. The crosswalk would be good because some kids in Ackerman cross unsafely, and it would be a good idea so people would stop and look before they actually go in front of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have a question for Jaden?
The next youth that will be speaking is Toya Darbo.
Okay, Toya, go ahead.
Traffic lights are the reason there are less accidents in the world. I feel like if we try to get traffic lights over there, it would be safer and we can earn back the privilege of going to the gas station. I think it would help the community keep pedestrians safe. I would feel safe knowing that I can walk safely across the streets without having to worry about not being safe. Apparently, an analysis of data reported by state highway safety officers projects that 6,721 pedestrians were killed on U.S. roads in 2020. That's a lot of deaths. That's why I think the traffic lights would be a great addition to this community. I think people can help support getting traffic lights in this area by just coming to the meeting.
Thank you, Hoya. We appreciate you coming to the meeting and we appreciate hearing from everybody from the public. Does anybody have any questions or comments? We also have the Vision Zero action
coming.
Okay, go ahead.
Is Louis. Is Louis Pelopinkas.
Go ahead, Louis.
Hello. I think the crosswalks would benefit us because it wouldn't just benefit us. I mean, like there's like a lot of people crossing that way because it's near like a lot of places more than a BP. Like it's near like a bus stop, and I think it would benefit a lot more because like a lot of people take the city bus, and yeah.
Thank you so much. Anybody have any questions for Louis or any of the other folks who have spoken so far?
The next person is Jaden Templeton.
I think a crosswalk would help the area because it is safer for the community and it'll cause less deaths from vehicles if we had a crosswalk there. And it is a very busy street, especially at around 3 o'clock when all the kids start walking because that's when school gets out and people will be walking across to go to Goodman and to go stop at the gas station to get snacks and all of that.
Thank you, Jaden. Does anybody have a question for Jaden?
The next person is Sadhu Njai.
Go ahead.
I think we should have a gas station over by the BP because most kids, when they get off of school, they want to walk over there just to get a snack. And most of the time, cars are just zooming by. because they're probably getting off of work or they're trying to go pick their kid up from school. And it's really unsafe. It's not really safe for the kids that are trying to go over there to go buy something and come back to get over there. And then there's also like a bus stop right there. So then you also have to worry about the bus just coming too. So I think there should be traffic lights there so we can move traffic like easier. So it's not really that dangerous for kids to be going to and from school to come here, or for parents to go pick up their kids and just go like zooming straight down.
Thank you very much. Seydou. Does anybody
have our last participant, Elena Coleman.
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Elena Coleman, and I'm a TeenWorks worker, and I believe there should be a crosswalk over there because I am one of the people who take the bus. And since now that it gets darker earlier, it's very hard to cross that road already during the day. People are speeding, there's cars, all sorts of different things. So it would really benefit the community, not only myself and everyone else, but the community as a whole to have a crosswalk, because the ones that flash lights, because then it's easier to see at night for people to cross to get to the bus stop. There's a BP over there, there's bookstores, all a bunch of different community things. So it also helped decrease the risk of people getting hit at night, because lots of people take the bus, as stated before.
And that was our last speaker just on the corner. I think just for Goodman's concern, another level to it is we have a food pantry. And in our food pantry, on the opposite end, on the corner of Milwaukee and Wabisa, we have a space for folks who are taking the bus line to get over here safely. And we would just think that on the opposite end, we would have the same thing, considering we have so many parents and senior citizens to also use this place. Even though we're speaking from a youth perspective, we would really see it as beneficial for anybody who uses our services. And as you see, if you are familiar with the Goodman Community Center, we service a lot of folks from all demographics. So just speaking from a youth perspective, but beneficial to the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody on the commission have any questions for any of the speakers from the Goodman Group? Okay, thank you very much for coming in. Once we get through the rest of the public speakers, we'll start talking about the project. So you may want to stay on and if you have the time and listen to that discussion. But thank you very much for coming. Aiden, go ahead with who we have next.
Liz Fenster of Southwick Circle, Madison, Wisconsin, supports and wishes to speak.
Go ahead.
So sorry, can you hear me?
We can, Liz, go ahead.
Wonderful. I just wanted to say I wasn't going to take too much of your time since I know I spoke last time. But again, I wanted to thank Yang and Tom and Renee for the proposal across from the Walnut Grove Park on North Westfield Road, and to again express our support from the Walnut Grove Homes Association. And just to again request that the commission please consider approval of the plan as proposed. We did just become aware of the Metro Redesign plan and are having a neighborhood feedback session with the Metro Redesign Commission on April 6th. And I did not fully comprehend that their proposal to include a bus route along Westfield Road would mean that we would no longer have the option of having speed bumps, speed humps across from our park. And I would say that as a neighborhood, we strongly support the speed control and pedestrian safety. And that will be probably something we bring up to that commission in saying that we feel that this project is more important for park safety and pedestrian safety with the playground, soccer fields, and dog park than it would be to add a bus line that doesn't currently exist along Westfield Road. So again, just wanting to ask that the commission consider approving this project for earlier completion to ensure that pedestrian safety across from the city park. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody on the commission have a question for Liz? Okay, seeing no hands, who do we have next, Aiden?
Frank Shiro of Moreland Road, Madison, Wisconsin, supports and wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Frank.
Hey, yeah, my name is Frank Skiro. I am a resident of Madison, born and raised here. I live on Moreland Road. I've been a resident of Moreland Road since about 1991 and have been a homeowner there since 1997. In the past 5 years, the speed issues on Moreland Road has just jumped just enormously over time. Literally, you can have a police officer there and he could easily pick up someone with under 5 minutes. Madison Police did a speed sting operation there this fall, and they clocked at the greatest speed limit 65 miles an hour of someone going up Moreland Road. Moreland connects Rimrock Road to Southtown Drive, so we get a lot of traffic that goes in between, cuts through from the belt line. But just a lot of the reckless driving seems to be done by younger people every day. Literally every day, you see this happening. People passing each other. It's only 25 miles an hour on the street to begin with. You have several families, a lot of people walking, elderly people biking, and it's amazing. Thank God no one has been killed. Our own son was hit back in 2010 and suffered a compound fracture of his lower tibia and fibia, and that was from a slow-moving vehicle at the time. Earlier last year, there was 2 cars that had overturned, one at the top of Moreland Road up by Seven Oaks Apartments, used to be Knob Hill, and one towards the lower end where the duplexes are. There's been several cars hit. I've had at least 3 cars totaled. 2 of them I couldn't, weren't recovered, did not recover any money because people took off. One person was apprehended by police, and that's just myself. Like I said, literally you could just sit out there and just watch the speed, the passing. And I've called the city many times to no avail. I've never even had one person even call me back about this. And, I'm going through you guys. I don't see our street on the agenda. I know we're not the only street in the city of Madison, but this is a residential neighborhood, several families. If there could be speed bumps put in, I heard some discussion that because of the bus line that can't happen, but I just the way they are, I think there could be some exception made to that. And then the other side of the street is town of Madison. We live on the city, and I've heard some issues dealing with the 2 different systems, and that seems like just a bureaucratic type thing because we're going to be taking over. Obviously, city of Madison is going to be whole, but definitely to get some kind of speed bumps in there. I heard about the islands being placed in there. The islands I see as just something that somebody can dodge around. So it's a very concerning issue with our neighborhood, and I hope something can be done with it before someone is seriously hurt or killed. But I appreciate being able to speak.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. I happen to live off, just for everybody's benefit, I happen to live right off Moreland Road myself. Anybody on the commission have any questions for Frank? Okay, thank you very much for coming. Next, Aiden.
Next is Tanya Cunningham of Lake Mendota Drive, Madison, Wisconsin. Neither supports nor opposes, wishes to speak.
Go ahead.
There's no one by that name in the list.
Okay.
And then I think that's it for people wishing to speak on this item.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we have a lot of information that's been given to us, a lot of projects to review, a lot of information that we've had from past meetings. So what comments do we have from people, comments and questions from staff? Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thank you, Ann, and thank you all. I think just briefly, I wanted to reinforce my support for the ask to make some interim improvements on the Atwood Miller Wabisa intersection. I really appreciate staff putting together some ideas of what could be implemented this year while we wait for the reconstruction project for the RFB. So I think that would be a great idea to support getting at least the painting and some of the signs up this year. They might not have made it clear in the testimony, but they're because of some real close calls, they're actually not allowed to go to the convenience store anymore because of the concerns from staff to be able to do that, and that's been really impactful for them. So I think if we're able to do at least some of those interim improvements, hopefully that could really have an impact for them even this year. And then one other thing just to add in there is there was some discussion of the visibility concerns. So I think that's probably on staff's radar, but also just taking a look at the street lighting around that area. Maybe that's something that will also come into play with next year's project. But I think that's also another really good suggestion to consider. Thank you all.
Sure. And if I can just reiterate that the 2022 proposal was on the separate sheet that Aiden sent out this afternoon. There was a $3,060 project to add a continental crosswalk, head flags, and yield to pedestrian signs as an interim because it makes more sense because of the proposed construction project in 2023 to wait and do something more. Something more, I guess, in 2023. Renee, and Tom, does that sum it up?
Correct. Yeah. So in looking at the project that's coming up on Miller, if we place the RFB that is on the list as a proposed solution, it would have to be moved because of where the utilities are located. And if we place it on the other side of the street, it's not possible currently because of the fire hydrant is right where it would need to go. But that could be moved if we wanted to put it on the convenience store side as part of the Miller project. So it's not that we couldn't do it. It's just that it would have to, if we put it up now, it would have to come back down and be replaced.
It would not be. It wouldn't be efficient, in other words, to do that.
Correct.
Now, right?
Correct. It's not that it would not be possible. It's just that, from an efficiency standpoint, a resource standpoint, it doesn't make a lot of sense because by the time we order it and get it, it could be, not that big of a difference before that construction project would roll around. So just something to consider.
Okay. Alder Foster, go ahead. Did you have other things?
No, just maybe to confirm if the Continental Crossing and Ped Crossing signs and flags were approved, I'm expecting those could probably go in relatively quickly. Wouldn't probably even need like a contract or anything, I'm guessing. Is that right?
So I can speak to the PED flags. We have the work order all ready to go. So as long as the RFB isn't going in, then we would just get those PED flags in as soon as staff could get out to it. And the same with the signs. I think Tom can speak a little more about the options with the cross.
Yeah, we can look into the markings a little bit closer, but everything existing on Atwood right now is epoxy, so we would want to put that back. We would want to put that in epoxy for maintenance, but that kind of depends on the Miller project. If that ends up taking out a majority of the intersection, we could possibly do paint this year early. If we'd probably still do the epoxy this year. It just might be a little bit later. Paint we could get in as soon as the temperatures get warm enough.
Great. Well, again, I just appreciate thinking of what we can do in the near term. I mean, it'd be great to get the RFP in right away, but I trust this recommendation that it will be pretty little benefit for all the extra expense and hassle to move it again. So I'm okay with holding on that for that project, and would appreciate support for getting the painting and signage up at least this year. Thank you all.
Okay. So we have a lot of different projects to consider. And from an organizational standpoint, I thought a lot about what might be the easiest way to do this. And I'm not sure that there is an easy way to do that. So we could do one long, big, complicated motion, or if there are different pieces of it that people want to do we can have multiple motions and votes. I think that would be fine too. Whatever seems like it would work out best as far as people go. We have a lot of projects to talk about, and staff is looking for us to consider approving a minimum of 500,000. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe before we move to moving things, one overarching question I have for staff, because as Anne said, it is a lot of projects. As you well know, usually I have comments on lots of details of projects, but it's been so much that has been challenging, which I think is fine, because I mean, we all know there's more projects that need to be done and that are totally worthwhile. A lot of these are low cost, and so I'm fine with moving forward with whatever is on the list. One thing I wanted to get input on is, I was wondering with some of these, I mean, we put these together, especially with regard to the proposed solutions, relatively quickly. And I know you have limited capacity to developing, we could put islands in, but we could also do this, we could also do that. And so again, that's, I think, fine. The only thing I want to make sure is that whatever we're putting in with any of these projects does not then later make it more difficult if we realize, we put in islands, but actually we would, say on Westfield Road, for example. I mean, I looked it up. We had public comment last time, and there's no good bike infrastructure. There's a door zone bike lane on parts of it. There's no bike infrastructure at all. And so, for example, if we put in islands or bump outs, does that then make it more difficult at a later point to install protected bike infrastructure, just as an example? Or if we do something else, does that make it more difficult to do something else? Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, I could respond. I think you're right. We came up with these. It was a quick turnaround, but these were the projects we were most confident about for finding the solution that we feel is going to be best. I think if we were wavering on what to do, we would show multiple options, but I think most of these, we kind of felt like that the option that we're showing is going to be the best one. I think in the future, when it's going to get more difficult to come up with solutions to some of the problems, I think that's when we're going to start showing multiple options and going that way.
Yeah, and I think even some of the phase 2 projects, you're going to see probably a little bit more of that, because there are ones that needed a lot more consideration. But obviously, I think, thinking about islands, they do have their pluses and minuses for, different solutions, but, it can cause it to be more of a conflict sometimes with the bike lane. So are we just setting it up for another future project? I mean, I think there's ones on here too where we are able to do small things. They're not going to necessarily come off the list forever because we do those small things, but we'll be continuing to look at other things that they might need in the future.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think that answers it. I mean, I think the other piece of this, and we talked about that, the role of having concrete versus more temporary solutions, where for an island, maybe you do not pour concrete, but put armadillo things on there or something. And I understand that there's limitations to that as well, but that might be another way of dealing, especially when you do have things where maybe the islands is a good solution, maybe not. And so, but yeah, I think this is maybe for the next round, we worry more about that. Thanks.
Thanks, Harold. Darren, go ahead.
Yeah, just for the benefit of the new guy who's not too familiar with how the solutions are arrived at. Is it just a staff decision? Is it consultation with others that arrives at this decision? How the solutions you've proposed here, how are they come about?
Right. It's basically that we sometimes when we get the request, the person requesting has a specific solution that they're looking for, and then we will work with them on that. But some of the times, it's just staff coming up with ideas. So we kind of brainstorm together within the office.
And I should mention, since Darren, you don't have all this like years of backgrounds on since this program was being created, but obviously a lot of these also have a Vision Zero focus, and we're taking a look at the crash reports and kind of what are the common crash types. So someone might have an idea for a solution, but when you look at what's happening in terms of the more serious and fatal crashes, the ped bike crashes, it really is something different that we would be looking at to propose.
Yeah, I would also add that we also, look into the best practice of the industry and using, quite different few guidelines. What might be the best countermeasures for certain problems. Those guidelines include, the ones from NACTO, which is National Association of Transportation Officials, and also including some of the federal safety improvement countermeasures. So it has been a team effort, and also come from different sources. Good question, though.
I could just add, as Renee said, we do look at the individual crash reports for each one of these locations. We're initially looking at a way of summarizing that and showing it within the spreadsheet, but it just became too much information. So if you had specific requests, we could look those things up.
I can appreciate the resources that you used. I'm familiar with them, but also people with different lived experiences have different approach to it. And so maybe in the future, we can develop a team that goes out to work on solutions, that you guys are a part of that team, and we can bring people of different life experiences together to kind of work towards solutions. Thank you.
Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thank you, Ann. I just wanted to reinforce one of Harold's points around the islands. I'm not actually sure within the sort of recommended list what projects might include that now, but I do think, this has been a kind of long discussion. I remember back when the ped bike motor vehicle days, this tension between, causing issues with bike facilities. So I think, if there are any locations where there's a recommendation for that and installation could make it more difficult or impossible to put in the appropriate bike facilities, I wonder if those might be good candidates to hold on and do a little bit initial, a little bit more review or at least get some more deliberation on that before getting them installed. Because I think that it'd be good to only do that after really thinking through it carefully, because it can really cause some additional issues down the road. So just wanted to reinforce that.
Okay. What other thoughts do we have? I mean, there's a lot of different ways I've looked through a lot of these projects, and I think they're all worthwhile. Just as point of information, the school projects are about $110,000. The Vision Zero projects are about $725,000, but there's two options for North Thompson Drive at Jana Lake. And if you do the less expensive option, and if we wait on, if sign printing and lasers aren't in this first round, that would be about $733,000. So that gives you an idea there. I also looked at if projects score 20 or higher, the highest scoring projects. And again, taking out the more expensive project, I did it both ways, but taking out the more expensive option for North Thompson Drive at Jana Lane and the sign printing and lasers, that's about $658,000. So those are two approaches we could take. If we want to do more of an a bulk type consideration for approvals. The other way is to go project by project. That would be more time consuming. And one of the things we talked about last time was to look at the low hanging fruit. I think, that certainly has merit, but it's really up to you as the members who can make motions and decide how you want to go forward. I just thought I'd offer you some general ideas of some of the numbers and what staff was looking for to try and get a good amount of projects. Because Yang, you said that over 500,000, and Renee and Tom, that you need to have a good chunk in order to get a contract, an efficient and effective contract in place. Is that right? Okay, Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, to follow up on this, like 500,000. So the spreadsheet that has the recommended projects that you, Anne, have just added up adds to more than 500,000 that staff is asking us. So therefore, staff is asking us to approve a subset totaling at least 500,000. I was a little bit confused by that.
Exactly. Yes, that's exactly right. And that does not include that extra $3,060 that was on the separate sheet for Atwood and Wabisa, because that wasn't included in the spreadsheet that I was playing around with last night. That's extra, but it's $3,060 we'd have to add in. The total projects are about 1.3, a little over 1.3 million that are fully scored at this point. So I think that staff, please, Renee, Tom, and Yang, add your thoughts here. When we talked last time, one of the things that was brought forward as a suggestion was that we look at the first group as those that, the no-brainers, the low-hanging fruit, those where people didn't see any controversy, to try and find this first phase of projects. Staff hasn't said these are exactly those, but they've given us a couple of ways to approach that, I think, in terms of looking at the scoring, in terms of looking at Vision Zero in schools. They've brought us an extra one that we don't want to forget about, the Atwood and Wabisa. So what are your thoughts? Harold, go ahead.
Sorry, I still have my hand up.
And I can jump into, I think since this was the first time, we started working on projects that kind of had that pre-screening that looks good. And, some of them don't score as well as others once you kind of get into it, but it seemed like it would be helpful to kind of see that this first year and have a better sense. Obviously, there's going to be a phase 2. So the thinking is if we can get some projects and get them moving and get working on them, that would be really beneficial, just to not have everything happen at one time when there's a lot of projects. But that you would kind of have a sense maybe of where you wanted to draw the line with the first phase, knowing that there's some more that would be coming, that we're going to do some additional engagement and data gathering and stuff on. So that's we made it a little bit bigger because we thought it kind of helps get your head around the whole process.
Sure.
Yeah, and thank you for asking that good question. So I think, if we can, we would prefer as many projects approved early on. So that give us options when we go out to asking for bids. If we feel like that's actually too many for us, we can also wait, for a second contract. But if we feel like it's not enough, then it would be more challenging for us to add to it. And also, I want to point out, not all the approved projects what goes in the public work contract. Some of those actually will be taken care of by our own crew. So even if the whole contract is the whole list is recommended list is approved tonight, it's not going to be $1 million contract.
Okay. Alder Foster, sure. Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thank you. And I guess just that last point, Yang, are you saying that you would also be okay with having the entire list of 1 million approved? Or I heard at least 500,000? Is there an upper end or?
Renee and Tom, you can chip in here as well. But from my perspective, I think upper limit will be the whole list. Yeah, but we want at least $500,000.
Yeah, and I would just say that obviously the more if you approved everything, for instance, minus the duplicates, or that wouldn't then there wouldn't be very much funding left for the next time. So that's just something to keep. We tried to give some sort of kind of conceptual numbers for the next round that we would need to do engagement and data gathering on, so you could see that if you approve everything, then that's not going to leave a lot for the next phase.
Right. Yeah. And just a reminder that there are the two, like for example, North Thompson. I think that's the only one that has two options, is it, Renee? North Thompson and Tom, the North Thompson Drive at Jana, it's number 33 and number 6. So if we approved all of them, we'd have to pick which one of those did we want in there. And then I don't mean to keep saying it, but that list doesn't include the extra one that we got on Wabisa and Miller. So we'll have to make sure that we, if we decide we want to do something, we can either do that as a one-off motion or just specifically include it. So Alder Foster, does that answer your question, or did you have more that you wish to speak on?
Yeah, well, I had one specific question on the list. There's a East Washington Avenue near Hawthorne Library, and right underneath it is East Washington.
Can you tell me which number that is?
I don't see a number on the list. That I'm looking at the one that Yang sent out. It's on the first page towards almost towards the bottom. East Washington Avenue near Hawthorne Library. And then there's one that says East Washington Avenue at Pauling.
23. Is it 23, Tom?
Yep. So that's okay. Yeah, that's the near Hawthorne. So yeah, this is kind of confusing because these intersections are right next to each other. So at the lot near the library, we were considering this mid-block crossing, which right now just has the 6-inch line crosswalks, which it's very hard to see. So we were, based on the spacing between Milwaukee Street and the signal at Johnson Street, this is kind of midway to put in an RFB. And then the East Wash at Pauling is a separate intersection, and that would just be putting in the continental style crosswalks.
Okay.
Is that a separate item, Tom, or is this all just included as one?
Yes, that's a separate item. The Pauling Street intersection is separate from the RFB and markings at the mid-block one.
Okay.
And then my last question was just: is there and maybe I'm looking at the wrong list, but is there a list of the kind of all the recommended that are sorted in by overall benefit costs?
Yeah, that was posted online, and so Tom and Renee, if you can send all of us a copy, that'd be great. So I also sent a copy to all the others. That's a different copy, same project, just we just added all the districts into it so that you can see, the others can see easily, which projects are in which district. So same information, but a little bit different.
The one that we have is are sorted by the overall benefit score to cost, and the ones that are fully scored are totaled. Those are the ones that are brought forward for recommendation, and then there are those that are for further study, and those at the top that are fully scored have numbers, and the rest of them do not. So that makes it a little bit tougher to talk about them, and something we may want to talk about for the future. And that's why not all of them have numbers, I think.
All right, that helps a lot. We're looking at two different sheets. Thank you. And then I guess my last question is: do you know where the cutoff? Let's say that the commission only wanted to approve 500,000. do you know where that kind of, how far does, if you started at the top and went down to, you got to 500,000, any idea where that cutoff is?
Well, it's somewhere above 20. I didn't exactly do 500,000. Renee or Tom, did you do 500,000 based on scoring? It would be somewhere north of, because 20 and above, again, which leaves out the lasers and the sign printing. It was, well, it's 20 and above was about 760,000. And if we take out option 2, which is item 33, just a second, I have to look at that number real quick. See what that's scored. It's around 700,000, if that helps.
Thank you.
So it'd be somewhere north of that. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. So just to try and orient folks a little better, and I have some questions. So I'm looking at the proposed project list, which is numbered, which in Legistar is number 35, and then plan sheets, which is number 39. So one of my questions is apparently number 6 Thompson and number 33, which I'm not sure what that is, have 2 options. I'm not
right. It's the same
plan. I'm not seeing that in the plan sheets. So where are we seeing 2 options?
Tom, can you go over that?
Sure,
My understanding it's the same place, Chris. It just they are offering 2 different options.
Yeah, so North Thompson, the option is we could do it permanently, or we could do it with quick curb.
Right. Okay. So it would just cut down on the cost, and obviously the permanent bump out. We're figuring that based on these estimates that this center island would be permanent, but we would have the option of either doing a permanent bump out or a temporary type of bump out. And the idea here is to keep drivers from being able to pass around a vehicle that's slowing down for making turns here.
Okay, thank you. And then, okay, thanks.
And there is, you do have, excuse me, Chris, you do have a mock-up for 6 as well, don't you? I thought I saw that in there.
Yeah.
Yep. There's just one. Or yeah.
And that's the same intersection with the second alternative. So 60,000 versus 15,000, basically.
Okay. Got it. Thanks. In terms of trying to move towards a motion, what I'm seeing is on the numbered list of proposed projects, the first one scores 400 points. We quickly drop to 100 points. And then by the time we get 20 or so down the list, we're in the 50-point range. So, starting at the top and working through like the first half, we, knock out most of the projects that are really sort of off the charts here. There's a pretty heavy skew. So I'm leaning towards something that is like, let's do like $600,000 worth of projects, starting with those ones at the top, like grouped in terms of whatever makes sense for contracting and whatever. That's sort of what I'm thinking makes sense. I don't think that I don't see another easy way for us to sort of approve any, specific projects or anything. So if that makes any sense, I would offer a motion like that. And I would also say not to include the lasers based on the conversation we had last time.
And the lasers aren't scored, Chris, so they fall at the bottom of the list.
Yeah, and so for folks who weren't here, I think some of the conversation we had was that one of the things I remember talking about is that, there probably are other funding sources for that. And also, there was some expression that this project maybe should be specifically about street improvements and not the larger Vision Zero program. So if anyone else has other opinions on that, feel free to weigh in. But that was some of the things that came up last time.
Is that all that you had then, Chris? I would like to just say, based on what Chris was talking about, as we're looking to, and Tom or Renee, if you could look to see where about 600,000 would be in terms of a cutoff. And I would like to suggest the separate item on Atwood at Wabisa, the 2022 separate item that was brought forward, what did score at a 59. So that would put that pretty high up on that list, according to what Chris was talking about. So I would like us to, I would suggest that we consider that it gets inserted in that spot, that extra $3,060. But again, it's up to the commission. Yang, you're next. Go ahead.
Sorry that got on mute. Thank you, Ann, and thank you, Chris, for bringing up the discussion on laser last time. This time I actually have Lieutenant Ferrari from the Visionary team here, and he can talk about why it's important to put the lasers in this funding, as they have a look at the MPD budget. They cannot really find any funds for this, and we of course to do speed reduction projects, we really need their help on that. So I'm wondering and whether it's appropriate to ask Lieutenant Ferrari to talk about that.
I'm fine with that. If Chris, you asked the question and brought up the topic, would it be helpful to hear some more information?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to overspeak. About the lasers. So typically, historically, the department has acquired lasers through grants, grant opportunities to purchase equipment. I would say in the last 10 years that the vast majority of grants that allow the purchase of equipment aren't as readily available. I haven't seen anything that's come through us in a while that would allow for the vast majority of grants are focused on overtime for augmenting staffing, and that equipment purchases and administrative costs typically aren't allowed for under the grants that come available to us. We've got a full-time grant administrator that's all they do. That's all he does is look for these opportunities. We don't have sufficient operating budget room to purchase lasers on a routine basis. These lasers would be targeted for the districts. So most of the districts have one or two lasers available currently.
You got muted there? Okay, you're back now.
Oh, sorry. I think it was my connection. So the lasers are, we don't have an alternate source. It would have to be an operating expense out of the police budget, and we don't have that kind of room in our budget. We will continue to look for other sources, but this is one way that we can get involved in and augmenting the abilities of the department to respond to the types of issues that's addressed through this group, such as East Washington Avenue, and being able to be responsive, do good proactive enforcement on what we know to be the main contributor to harmful and serious injury and fatal crashes is speed. And it's a constant complaints citywide in terms of asking us to do more enforcement, and this is the most effective tool for officers to use to address to do that. It's aligned with our strategic plans for the department in terms of addressing one of the three areas that the chief has targeted for this year is traffic safety and traffic enforcement. It gives officers those tools to do that in line with our Vision Zero goals. We've managed to work through our partnership with Vision Zero to better align our traffic enforcement goals and operations to be better in line with Vision Zero goals and strategies. So I think we've demonstrated our level of participation and belief in the Vision Zero project and continue to be a good partner in it. And that's why we're looking for the lasers. They have about a 10 to 15 year lifespan. Certainly they're to get to the nuts and bolts of it. They're at very minimum revenue neutral, if not certainly pay for themselves in a matter of time. And I know that's not the goal of these pursuits, but certainly a consideration. Again, it's the most effective tool we have available. We don't have enough of them. This would put those tools directly into the hands of the districts that can do the specific targeted hazards enforcement we're asking them to do.
Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thank you, Ann, and thanks, Tony. Good seeing you. I guess my question is, I'm thinking back to the work we were doing in the enforcement subgroup, and I remember talking through a lot of the challenges of actually getting like enforcement activity at the district level, as opposed to your team, and again, and maybe there's been some progress made, or maybe that's just part of the future looking goals that the chief has laid out. But I guess I'm partly, part of what we're trying to do is really focus on the data, with these projects are like where we have crashes. I'm trying to get a better sense of how that investment would actually, I guess actually lead to more enforcement, and then of course that enforcement leading to improved safety. So do you what happens if they're not approved? So the POs have radar equipment today, is that right? So this would be, how is this going to lead to more enforcement activity, I guess, is question number one. And then what do we think the actual impact is going to be on safe streets?
Sure. The strategic plan department-wide calls for look is one of three areas that the chief is asking districts to focus on. So it's a measurable goal in terms of specifically saying we need enforcement for hazardous moving violations on the identified roadways, which are East Washington Avenue, the Beltline, and I believe Mineral Point Road at this point. Trying to come up with roadways that are shared by multiple districts, that it can be really a department-wide effort on those identified roadways. So it's the chief is saying we need to do more traffic enforcement. This tool is different than radar in terms of our ability to the usability of a laser versus a radar. Radars are much more challenging and require more energy to get a good radar ticket or stop in terms of having to isolate the vehicle in motion, testing the radar units before and after with tuning forks, being able to document all those things, getting it to set up in a position where everything's working right. It's just not a piece of equipment that officers they get uncomfortable with it pretty quickly versus a laser. It's target specific in terms of they point the laser at the license plate area of a vehicle in motion, and it gives you a speed. It's pretty easy to document. So we're making them more accessible and easier to use. So I think the combination of being identified problem-solving effort from the chief that each district is expected to support and provide measurements of success along the way, is and that it's happening on roadways identified using the data that's come out of Vision Zero and the high injury network. Mineral Point Road was tricky just because it intersects our major key roadways that are problematic. Not the entirety of Mineral Point Road is necessarily on the high injury network, but a stretch of it is out by West Town Mall, but really intersects Whitney Way, Midvale Boulevard, Gammon. So, and the Beltline and East Washington Avenue. So certainly areas that we want increased enforcement. So it's a much more efficient, effective tool. Officers are much more comfortable utilizing it. So we would highly expect our rates to go up. It's a piece of equipment that you don't have to spend a lot of time. You can literally park, pick it up, and begin enforcement. If you have to put it down to go to a call for service, it's much easier for officers to have that right next to them in a squad and pick up and do the enforcement we're asking them to do, than really working with the radar units in the squads. And we are looking at whether we will continue to support the radar units in the squad cars, but we haven't come to a decision point on that yet. But just it's hard to say, to try to paint a perfect picture of why they're that much more effective tool than radars are. But it's significant, and we expect that if we make them more available, they will get utilized. Most of the lasers that they have in the districts now are hand-me-downs from tests. So they're not the newest piece of equipment. They don't pick up speeds. They don't capture as quickly as newer lasers do. So they're a better piece of equipment.
And you mentioned that you've had issues or problems getting funding for them through your the normal budget process. Is that is the chief not putting them in the budget request? I don't remember seeing like a supplemental request or anything for them. So do you know what's the challenge? Because I'm assuming that falls in the police equipment budget line, which I looked up is almost $300,000 for MPD last year that was approved. So can you help me understand how this isn't able to get funded through MPD budget?
Well, in terms of it being a specific ask, and that we've packaged it in a way that people that we would be seeking approval specifically for these tools, it hasn't. We haven't done that. Part of it was by the time the operating budget requests come out, and I think May we start really finalizing projects and things like that, really unaware of what was going to be the emphasis for 2022. So part of that was, as I'm made aware, and I'm not always included in the vast majority of budget discussions. So there certainly is down the road opportunities to make those a specific operating request. If they pass the merit of the other things within the department or within the city, is certainly, I don't know where that would rank. I can tell you from a traffic perspective what I know, and that it's a stated goal for the department. They're the most effective tools for addressing hazardous driving that we know is occurring in the city.
Thank you. That's helpful to understand. So, and maybe with this being a new priority for the chief, maybe we will expect to see that kind of a request going in for this next budget year. I'll just share briefly. I don't, as a member of the group that created the program, we brought a bunch of different programs together, sidewalk program, et cetera. I certainly was never imagining we would put other sorts of things in here. Even the sign making machine, it makes a lot of sense. It sounds like it's something we should be getting, but I think if we start to add those kind of things into this program, I kind of wonder where we're going to stop. What about educational stuff? Like if we wanted to do some of the promotional kind of things, are we going to have a $20,000 line item in here for doing a bus wrap or those sorts of things? So At least from my end, I'd prefer this money. And I think what the Common Council understood when we approved this money is that it was going to go to actual concrete signage changes in the transportation network. So my preference would be to keep a tighter focus there, and then look for funding for some of these other things through the other channels that exist. Thank you.
Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And yeah, I was one of those people who Chris mentioned who raised this concern in the last meeting. And I mean, I still think that, yeah, this is a fundamentally different item compared to all of the other ones in terms of how we rate it, in terms of how we thought about it when we conceptualized the Safe Streets Madison program. And I think, Vision Zero has been brought up a lot, and we're gonna discuss and probably approve the Vision Zero action plan later in the meeting, which on its first pages, where it talked about what is Vision Zero and how it is different, says things like, and I'm going to quote, Vision Zero works to limit the role of traffic enforcement and safety. Traditional approaches to traffic safety often focus on the individual, and it is easy for transportation systems to create policies that rely on enforcement for implementation as a result. And I won't go through all of it, but really Vision Zero aims to reduce reliance on enforcement. And the first thing that we fund through Vision Zero and through Safe Streets Madison, which is not all of Vision Zero, is enforcement equipment. And I think, yeah, the sign printer is a similar kind of category. I mean, does it make sense? I mean, and I think the Vision Zero plan does include some enforcement efforts focused on hazardous violations. But yeah, I really think we need to keep this separate. We don't want to have items in here that are not infrastructure projects focused on making our streets safer. Anything that goes in here, like 15,000 for lasers, 25,000 for a sign printer, means that we cannot fund other projects. And I mean, that's a choice that we can make, but I think it is something that we need to be very explicit about. And I think there's a real risk of that creep occurring over time. And more and more things get added in here that then take away from, we have so many public commenters that say but why can't you fix my road? Why can't you fix my road? And the answer usually is we don't have the staff resources to plan it, and we don't have the money to build it. And so I think there's a real risk here that this newly developed project, Safe Streets Madison, that we spend a lot of time conceptualizing and figuring out how to make it work, gets watered down and shifted into other directions. So yeah, that's my comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, other comments? Okay, Chris, you suggested that we try and look for around 600,000 of projects. One of the challenges that we have is item number 33 and 6, as we talked about, are the same project with two different options. So we can't just add them up on the spreadsheet. We have to subtract one of those out. So I was doing a bit of jury rigging. Go ahead, Chris. What comments did you have?
For clarification, I would probably clarify that if we were to suggest moving forward with about 600,000, that would probably include the number 6 option, which is the lower cost option of the two, and scores higher for that reason.
Okay. Well, let me say and Tom and Renee, you can check my math, but I was multitasking while I was listening to comments and working off of a copy of the spreadsheet I had. If it's scored 24 or higher, looking at the overall benefits score to cost, and you subtract out the 61,200 for the higher price second option, and since Wabisa and Atwood scored at 59, that would fall into that range, but wasn't on the spreadsheet. So we have to add in that 3,000, come up with about $646,000 if you do that.
Yep, I got the same answer.
Okay. Oh, excellent. So that's close to what you were talking about, and that would be projects numbered 1 through 40, excluding number 33, and adding in the separate option that we received on Atwood and Wabisa. So that's close to 600,000, Chris?
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Is there a chance that, I guess what I'm thinking is there might be projects lower on that list that would make sense to bundle with some of the higher ones. Is that true? For contracting purposes or whatever else?
I mean, I would defer to Tom, but probably there are.
But how do we get at that? That's part of what's complicated here. I mean, then are we going to go project by project? So you guys tell me, how can we do that and not be, how can we do that?
And obviously, those ones on the list, they're not going to just disappear because they weren't approved tonight. They would be here for the next one too.
Yeah, I think it's fine to do it this way. I don't, there's nothing obvious that I see that would make sense to lump together just for constructability purposes.
So that's a little more than what you were talking about, Chris. But then, if you go beyond that or start going up, then it gets a little bit tough because we have multiple scoring 24, multiple scoring 25, and how do you pick, So Alder Foster, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to, it looks like right at that tension point is item 40 is that Westfield Road with the islands. I don't know if staff had any thoughts on that one in terms of like future compatibility with bike facilities. So if that's one that might be worth just taking a second look at, maybe that one could get pulled out for the first round and come back either in the next round or just give a little bit more thought around the traffic circle question.
Yeah, that's fine. We can come up with options for that one to clarify that one.
Okay. Other comments? I'd have to, Renee, do you want to X that one out and come up with what that amount would be if we took projects 1 through 39, subtracted project 33, and then added in Wabisa and Atwood? What would that total be?
So if we decide that we're going to pull Westfield out for now and just keep it on the list for next time, that to me looks like around 593,000.
Okay. All right. So that would be projects 1 through 39, excluding 33 and adding in Wabisa, Atwood at Wabisa. Am I correct? Renee?
Yeah, so that would be taking for North Thompson, the one with 2 options, the cheaper option, adding.
Correct.
Yeah, adding Wabisa in with the temporary kind of, or the sort of light items that wouldn't be impacted by construction, and then pulling Westfield out for coming back next time.
Okay, so basically we'd be looking at projects approving today, projects 1 through 39 on the list, excluding project 33 because that's option 2, and we'd approve option 1 as number 6. And then we would add in Atwood and Wabisa because that scores 59, and if it were that option were on the list, it would fall within the range of the projects that we're talking about. And that, according to Renee, would be close to that 600,000 that you were talking about. So anybody willing to make a motion in that regard? Chris?
Yes, that sounds like my motion. So okay. I will move that. And I will clarify that leaves off the 2 unscored items for now, which I think...
it does, because those are further down the list. Yep.
Great.
Absolutely. Robbie?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Alder Miadzi, or Chris, did you wish to speak any further to your motion? No. Okay, Alder Miadzi.
Yeah, just a quick question. Given that before the budget, what would that leave us? Just getting can I just hear that figure again? How much that will leave us?
Sure. So we have $2,050,000 in the budget, but isn't about $500,000 allocated for East Madison bicycle enhancements? Is it about $1,550,000 that you guys view as allocated for other Safe Streets Madison projects? Is that right? Yang, Tom, and Renee?
Yeah, that is generally correct. But as we have been doing this for a while, so some of the previous equipment that installed, like RVs, my stuff need replacement. So we may have to reserve some funds to do that as well. So some replacement money. So it will be a little bit less than $1.5 million. And wonder if maybe Renee and Tom have better numbers.
So, currently we think that would, with some funds for that, we would have 1.4 was kind of what we were estimating.
All right, thank you.
Okay, further discussion. Okay, just to clarify, the motion is that we would approve tonight projects 1 through 39, which basically score 24 or higher, except we're leaving Westfield off for now because we want to study that a little bit more. And we're excluding option 2 for North Thompson Drive at Banana Lane, which is 33. And we're including the 22 project for Atwood at Wabisa, which scored 59 and would be included as a result of that, totaling about $593,000 for this first round. Yang?
Thank you, Ann. I saw that to the list, Liz has been raising her hand a few times. So I think she might be thinking that she will be able to speak. So I'm wondering if maybe someone can explain the rule to Liz.
Oh, Liz, you have 3 minutes during the public comment time frame, and the way the commission is structured, then the commissioners just have an opportunity to speak, and alders who are not on the commission have an opportunity to speak. So it's not really a free exchange conversation time frame. So there's really not any option for members from the public to ask questions the way that it's structured. So just any other comments from anybody on the commission? That's the way our commission is run, and you're welcome to send email comments, and we do gather those even if they come in after the meeting, and we distribute them to everybody on the commission and save them in Legistar. So that's an option that you have as well if you have additional comments you'd like to make. Okay, are there other discussion points on the motion? And while it may not seem that we're as organized, perhaps this time around, I think staff wanted to give us as many options as we wanted in terms of how we wanted to approach this. If we wanted to approach it by type of project, if we wanted to approach it by the scores, how did we want to approach it? So they gave us a lot of different options. And I think this is, our very first time of approving SSM Safe Streets Madison projects. And so I appreciate them giving us those different options. Further discussion on the motion. Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain or wishes a roll call vote. Alder Harrington McKinney? Alder Harrington McKinney, you had your hand up?
Yes, please list me as abstaining.
Okay. Anybody else? Did you have any other comments, Alder Harrington McKinney? No? Okay. All right. So unanimous consent vote with Alder Harrington McKinney abstaining. Any other comments or wishes for abstention or roll call vote? Okay, then the motion is carried. Alder, you have your hand up. Did you wish for a comment or no? Otherwise, I can lower your hand for you. There you go. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. I'm saving all of this stuff for the next time. So, and Aiden, I wrote that all down so we can connect afterwards. Hopefully that was clear to everybody. And thank you, everybody. And obviously more comments because staff will be back for the next round of Safe Street Madison. Okay, so we go back up to item number 2. Justin?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So this is a contract for our the Metro's technology project overhaul. I think I've talked about this in various times in the past. This was actually in our 2021 capital budget. The procurement for a project like this takes a long time, so we actually started this in May of 2021, and we're just now getting to the point of signing a contract. But essentially, this is a replacement of all of our technology systems except for fare collection, which that will be a separate one. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in my quarterly update later tonight. But this particular contract replaces all of our what's called CAD AVL systems. So this all of our dispatch system, GPS locations of buses, all of our passenger counters, so we know exactly how many people are on the buses, which has been a tough spot for us, especially through COVID. Not all of our buses have that capability right now, and those that do are a bit spotty. So having full capability to see passenger loads at all times, adding a lot of functionality around maintenance management, so that we have over 200 buses in our garage. It's not always easy to figure out exactly where each one is when you need to pull one for a maintenance response, a maintenance call or something. And so adding functionality to around our maintenance work orders as well as yard management, so we know exactly where each bus is in the yard just by looking at the screen. Making this would bring cellular connectivity to every bus so that we don't have to rely on data radios anymore, which we had an incident a year and a half or so ago, actually right after I started, where lightning struck our data radio tower, and we were out of commission for about a week or so because that was the only tower providing us that service. And so this will kind of distribute that load across all the cellular systems. Add some efficiency around paratransit. Right now, paratransit rides have to be booked by calling into the call center and verbally telling somebody where you want to go. This would allow us to create a portal where people can log into the system and just book a ride electronically if they choose to, but also still keep that call center capability for those who would prefer it, but then also allow our call center to give those folks more precise times about how long it will take them to complete their ride. And it will dramatically improve our camera systems. Right now, all of our bus cameras, if there's an incident, we physically have to go touch that bus and pull a memory card out of the DVR system and go take it to a computer that runs an old version of Windows 7 so that we can actually run that, display that video. And so this new system will allow us to remotely connect into the bus and pull that video in, remotely more in real time. and a handful of other features around payroll and driver information, allowing drivers to pick their work, electronically through a website portal rather than physically checking their name on a box, on a piece of paper, on a bulletin board, and just a whole slew of improvements that this will bring to us that will ultimately result, I think, in more efficient operations and better information for our passengers and provide us better data to make decisions about future service changes. And it all replaces an old system that we can't just continue with. This is a technology system that was installed about 15 years ago. If you can imagine the technology changes that have happened in the last 15 years, we were still using BlackBerries. And so technology just doesn't weather that storm for very long, and it's failing, and it's beyond its useful life, and it has to be replaced. So all of this, we went through a competitive procurement process. We had a lot of proposals, I think it was 7 or 8, that varied in cost and capability. Ultimately, we've recommended going with Clever Devices. That is a change from our current vendor, who is Trapeze. Clever Devices is probably the biggest player in this space right now. They've been very successful in getting a lot of major contracts, including and they run the gamut from they're the provider for New York City MTA, so the biggest transit agency in the country, all the way down to others that are half our size. And so they run a nice. They have a nice portfolio of customers that are many of them that are just like us, and so we feel confident that they can deliver for us. And their references were very strong in terms of other agencies that have used them and other agencies that have recently deployed with them. All spoke very highly of them. So, and they were also among our finalists, the lowest cost as well. So, all of those things just lined up in their favor. And we feel very confident in going forward with them. So this resolution would be to execute a contract with Clever for a little over $9.4 million. That contract would include the initial installation as well as maintenance and licensing fees for the contract duration, which will end up being a little less than 7 years. At the end of that 7-year period, we would continue with Clever, most likely, unless there was an issue. But we would have to, at that point, have to start paying maintenance and warranty fees on an annual basis from there on out. So that's commonplace. We're currently paying over $500,000 a year to Trapeze, our current vendor, for the maintenance of that system. So yeah, that's all I've got. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Comments or questions for Justin? Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. This all sounds great, and probably overdue to give you more data to work with and make processes more efficient. Couple of questions. You mentioned that this is separate from the fare collection proposal, and that's 2 separate RFPs, which I guess makes sense. I mean, is there any overlap between those 2 systems at some point, or is this commonly just 2 separate worlds that don't really have to do anything with each other?
Yeah, there's sometimes some overlap. I think originally we thought maybe of combining it all together. As we really dug in, we realized that there's 2 very distinct industries, and there's not a lot of players who do both. So the only real interface that they'll need to have is physical interface will be the router, the cellular router on the bus. They'll need to share that. But otherwise, the only connection will need to be kind of on the back end to reconcile, number of taps of a card on the fare system compared to the number of passenger counter hits going onto the bus, and making sure that those 2 numbers are very close to the same. They won't be exactly the same, but the goal is it gives us 2 separate data points that allows us to compare to see if there's data issues or equipment issues.
The other question, at some point there was a conversation around bikes on BRT buses and this issue that because of the weight of vehicles with the two doors on both sides, that limits the space that you can have on BRT buses. And so people might not be able to count on getting on there. And you mentioned automated passenger counters to give passengers an idea of how full the bus is. I do wonder is there something specific to be able to tell, like, oh, sorry, the 2 bike spots are already taken, so that passengers know that ahead of time with this particular system?
So we did ask for that, and I meant to look that up. I can't remember exactly how they responded, but we asked for that for both bikes and for wheelchairs to know, what if those slots were full. I know that they do have the capability of reporting real-time passenger counts, so you can see there's, on this 40-foot bus, there's already 60 people on it, so maybe wait for the next one. But I don't remember if they actually were able to produce that functionality, but that is something that we asked for, and I can get back to you on whether or not they were able to provide it. Sorry, unfortunately, I don't. It's like a 700-page document, so I probably can't look through it right now and answer that question.
Right, and I don't think that would make or break any decisions about this contract. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, maybe just shoot Harold an email and let him know.
Yep.
Or if everybody's interested, you can send it to Aiden and he can just shoot it out to people. Maybe that would be the better way to go.
Okay.
Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. Mainly out of curiosity, do you know about how much is equipment and how much is ongoing services?
So the ongoing services are roughly $500,000 to $600,000 a year, and so over the 7-year term, that's $3.5 to $4 million. So it's a little bit less than half, I would say, as a rough ballpark, is service, and the rest is physical hardware. And there are other non-hardware setup fees. There's the cost of installation. There's all the back-end database creation and setup and all of that are more one-time, non-recurring costs as well.
Alderman Yazzie, go ahead. I'm sorry. Is that all you had, Chris? Okay. Alderman Yazzie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's probably long overdue, and I wanted to see if I can add myself as a sponsor, definitely. And how often would you say revision of contracts due to things being too long overdue as far as IT technology?
Are you saying how often is it that the contracts that vendors do not meet their contractual goals or obligations? Is that your question?
More like when you say IT, sometimes things are been around for so long, right? And it's time to have everything updated. How long in the IT business would you say would you want things updated, and how often?
Sure. So certainly more frequently than 15 years, which is our current situation. Yeah. One of the other nice things about this contract is that, in the past, this sort of equipment, so if you remember back to Windows or Microsoft Word, right? 10 to 15 years ago, you would buy it, you'd spend a fixed amount of money on it, and then you had that version of it in perpetuity until you bought a new version. You had Microsoft Word 2007 until you paid for Microsoft Word 2015. The nice thing about the way these are being done now is that built into the contract are all the updates. So, basically, as they update their software and as they make improvements, we get those updates as well. And so we won't be stuck with a stale product that's 15 years old anymore. We'll be continuously updating it throughout the contract. The only exception would be something, if they add a new product or a new feature that was not included in our original cost, we wouldn't automatically get that. But any just upgrades and improvements they make to their base functionality that's included in our contract is also, those upgrades are also included.
Okay, thanks. And if you want to add my name to a sponsor, definitely.
Thank you very much. Other comments or questions? I'd entertain a motion. Harold?
Move approval.
Chris?
Yep, second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion or anybody wish to speak to the motion? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Justin. Next, we have the item number 3, the Vision Zero Action Plan. Yang, Renee, is that you, Renee? Okay.
So I will give a quick introduction before Renee and Ali talking about the details of the action plan.
Okay.
As we all have seen on the news last year and this year, the current COVID pandemic also created a major transportation safety crisis, both locally and nationally. And Vision Zero has really proven to be a timely initiative for Madison. It definitely is changing how the city and more importantly, I think the larger community approach traffic safety. And it has been making a positive impact when we are responding to the current safety challenges that we haven't really seen for decades. Recently, US DOT announced its nationwide Vision Zero initiative. It's called the National Roadway Safety Strategy. So thank you, Anne, for asking Aiden to share the mayor's blog on this with everyone. So, the US DOT's, recent move, really supported our Vision Zero approach, and it confirms that, we are heading to the right direction. We have been hearing, many, skepticism in the community, on what we do, right? Even though we receive the overwhelming support, many members of the community still have doubts on that. I think the move from US DOT really helps to kind of convey the message that Madison is doing the right thing. Actually, at the launch event of the US DOT's initiative, the US DOT Deputy Secretary also recognized Madison, talking about the Madison is doing good work, innovative work on Vision Zero. So that's really good. The good work of the team also includes developing a comprehensive Vision Zero action plan over the last many months. That's done with the guidance of the mayor's office, Transportation Policy Planning Board, and we have been here a couple times. And also, we have been working with the stakeholder task force, and we have done a robust community engagement effort. So after several rounds of reviews and revisions, we're now at a stage to ask the council to formally adopt the action plan. So we introduced a resolution at the council last night, and we already got over half of the council signed on to sponsor the resolution, and the number hopefully is growing as well. And so it will go through the committee process. So we hope to get support from all the committees as well. And our first stop is Transportation Commission. So I think that's very good fit. And we'll end our process at the TPPB, which is scheduled for the March 14th meeting. After we go through Finance Committee, Board of Public Works, and Public Safety Review Committee. And we hope we'll go back to the council for adoption on March 15th or on March 29th, depending on how much feedback we get through the process. So here I want to thank each and every of you for the guidance and support. And Renee and Addie will talk more about the details of the action plan. Thank you.
Okay. And I just want to remind everybody, I believe we have somebody who's registered to speak on this. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are 2 people.
2 people, okay. But normally we'll hear from staff in the presentation first, so that the members of the public can hear that as well. And then we'll hear from the public before we have any discussion by the commission and the other alders who are on, non-commission alders. So Renee, Allie, go ahead.
All right. So, slideshow. All right. So I'm joined here by Allie Heinritz, who's been co-leading this project with me, but there's a big team of staff who've been working on this. And before we get started, we'll try to keep this brief. I know we've been here before, and Darren luckily has been on our stakeholder task force, so is familiar with Vision Zero. But this is a living document, so you don't need to think about this as being, the end all be all. Most cities are making updates to these as things change, as more information comes along. So just wanted to point that out before we get started. And then Allie is going to kick us off.
All right. So the goal of Vision Zero, as all of you know, is to reach that goal of 0 deaths and severe injuries on city streets by 2035. So previously it was 2030 that we were reaching for, but with great discussion and collaboration with Transportation Policy Planning Board, Mayor, as well as bringing it here, we've decided to instead change that goal to 2035 because it is definitely going to be more attainable. And we are really working hard to reach that goal of 0 deaths and severe injuries. Next slide. So the question on many people's minds, is 0 possible? Well, it won't be easy, but the only goal of 0 is really appropriate. 1 death is too many, and we really want to reach that goal of 0 because, is important. And so here's some examples that Vision Zero is really working in some cities and countries. For example, in Oslo, Norway, after adopting it 17 years ago, they were the first city to have no pedestrian or bicyclist fatalities on their streets in 2019. And Sweden was the first Vision Zero city, and ever since they adopted it in 1997, they have seen a 30% drop in fatalities. And then lastly, Hoboken has seen significant difference ever since they adopted Vision Zero. For example, 35% decrease in pedestrian deaths, 11% in bicycle deaths, and then 27% in vehicle crashes. Next slide. And like Yang mentioned in the beginning, the U.S. Transportation, or the U.S. Department of Transportation took on that goal also of reaching 0 deaths on nationwide streets and highways. So this just gives us, that much more push to really reach that goal of 0 deaths in the city of Madison, and just showing that we are on the right track. So I won't go in too much in depth on that since you already mentioned it. Next slide. And so I'm just going to briefly go over the timeline of Vision Zero so far. So spring of 2019, we took, or we were talking about, Vision Zero to TPBB as well as this group. And then in 2020, the city budget included Vision Zero funding and started that initiative. And then in summer of 2020, the council passed that resolution, as well as we had that initial launch with the mayor to really introduce Vision Zero in the city of Madison. And then the summer, we also started those Vision Zero projects, as well as some speed limit reductions. And then in the fall, we started our stakeholder task force. Next slide. And then in 2021, we started our first phase of engagement, which included Let's Talk Streets. And then in summer, we started phase 1 of 2020, as well as some second phase of Vision Zero projects and speed limit reductions. And then fall, we started our draft of the action plan. And then in January, we started bringing the action plan to the Transportation Commission as well as TVBB, and then got a lot of feedback from those commissions as well as from the mayor. And then we are here now getting our action plan final approval from hopefully the council in the end of March. Next slide.
All right.
Over to Renee.
All right, thanks, Allie. So here's just the kind of the table of contents. Hopefully some of you have had a chance to take a look at some of the sections. I'll just go through this briefly and highlight some things really relevant to the Transportation Commission. First, the high entry network, you would have just seen this and approved this. The methodology that we're using now, working with the UW lab, and you'll be reviewing these as we make changes to the high entry network, and any methodology changes would be coming here as well if we decide to make any changes to that. Mentioned briefly some engagement through our Let's Talk Streets, which is also part of our Complete and Green Streets project, which you'll start to hear more about. Those of you who are on the Transportation Policy and Planning Board have seen these community values. We had a sort of a first engagement that we called the listening, where we kind of just talked to people about their values. We put together what we heard, asked people if this really reflected what they were saying, and these are the things that we heard from them and that help inform our action plan going forward. So obviously safe street strategies and actions are kind of the things that are the most pertinent here. And so you'll see that section has a lot of things that you hear about tonight, you'll be hearing about in the future going forward that we'll need to do to support and meet our goals in this plan. The things that we put in there for the first year are all things that we have funded. They're either things primarily that would be in the engineering budget or in the traffic engineering budget, particularly the Safe Streets program that we were just talking about. To really meet the goals of the action plan, we need to continue focused. And these are just a few of the things that it calls for in the plan that currently we would consider coming out of that Safe Streets program. So obviously a lot of things in there really related to what we were just doing here tonight. More things in here that you'll see, and this includes that nationwide movement also in the direction of zero, and with allows us some real opportunities to apply for additional funding going forward. There are quite a big emphasis and new programs related to safety. And then obviously continuing to just collaborate across departments. That's something that this department hears about as well, from emergency access, the need to maintain the facilities, and just working with plans and ensuring these values are reflected in planning efforts. Your two actions, we also tried to include those as things that we knew that we would have a budget for, since that season is upon us. But some things could be moved forward with more. Some of these are staff time things as well. And the Complete and Green Streets project is a really big project that's going on, really looking closely at how we assign the right-of-way and priorities that will be at the TPPB now quite regularly, but something the Transportation Commission would also be hearing more about. And then things within the 5-year are things that are going to take a little bit more budget, more resources, staff time, but that are also going to be very important to moving this project forward, and things that would be in future city budgets as we go forward. So here you see more of that maintenance, something we're putting in a lot more crosswalks, more green markings, more RFBs. If we want to have more protected bike lanes, these are all things that are going to they're going to have budget implications in the long run. Sidewalk gaps, things like that as well. And then just some calls to do some more planning efforts to build upon what we're already doing to help us with prioritization, which I think will help with the safe streets. And really looking at our schools, we have a good working relationship with them, but trying to really carve out time, which is hard for them as well, to really look more at safety. I know we've talked about that some in the past. And then we have some things that came up that we'd like to do or like to see that are going to need some lobbying efforts. And then some things that are out a little bit further, automated enforcement. There's a lot of buzz around that lately. It's something that's talked about more at the national level, but definitely has not been well received at our state legislature. And then we hope to get all of the streets on our high injury network, at least within 10 years, all of them evaluated for appropriate speed limits. All right, safe people is another strategy that's in there. I'm not including as much information about that, but definitely the idea of expanding alternatives to driving and getting less vehicle miles traveled is kind of something that people are recognizing more as part of a safety program. And so obviously that does impact the work here. Communication plans is something that is important to make sure the messaging is out there. People have a good understanding of these changes, understand why we need a safe traffic safety culture, and then just safe routes to school and ensuring that it's safe for kids who walk and bike to school, who take transit, and that they understand that those options are kind of, that's something that's a part of their everyday life. Safe vehicles is a lot of things that fleet does to ensure that the city vehicles are safe, setting the right example for other fleets throughout the area, and making sure that city drivers are well trained, can make the best decisions, and that we know who needs that training. Data, you guys hear about that a lot. We have a lot of work to do around making sure that we're equitably directing our funding. And I think that's an area with Safe Streets Madison as well, where we can really grow and expand our work in that area as we dig into this data more. And then safety-focused enforcement, that's also something that you will hear about a lot here. And we're really trying to work more in a coordinated fashion and make sure that our goals are moving forward. And you're already, I think it was probably your last meeting, saw some of these reports that reflect things that are within the Vision Zero Action Plan, looking at the high injury network and making sure we're focusing on those top crash factors and just prioritizing hazardous driving behavior, and also ensuring that we have non-citation outcomes, classes, restorative justice, ways for people to reinstate their driver's licenses so that getting a ticket doesn't compound into more things. So there's a lot going on here as well. And then accountability. I think that's just a cornerstone of any Vision Zero project, is holding yourself accountable to your goals. So we will be doing an annual report, which you'll see at the back of the action plan. The Transportation Policy and Planning Board will be getting regular updates on progress on all of the strategies and actions in the plan. And then here you're obviously seeing the quarterly traffic engineering report, the quarterly traffic safety report. You're reviewing that high injury network map and methodology updates, seeing projects, and we're going to really, I think, try to work on how we can best make sure that you're seeing the Vision Zero aspects in our projects. And then there's the Safe Streets Madison program, of course. So a lot of things really right here with this particular committee in making sure that this action plan is moving forward and that we're meeting our goals. So I think with that, I will stop sharing and take questions and comments.
Before we go to questions and comments, why don't we hear from the public?
All right, so the first public comment is Kristen Slack of Lake Mendota Drive, Madison, Wisconsin. Neither supports nor opposes, wishes to speak.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Kristen.
Okay. So I support the motivation behind and objectives of Vision Zero, but I do have some concerns about the plan to accomplish it, and I'm asking for 2 amendments to the plan to be considered by the Transportation Commission. The plan currently states that each street is unique and must respond to the needs of the people it serves, including pedestrians, bicyclists, and transit users. As a result, it will be necessary to design streets to include sidewalks, protected bike lanes, transit lanes, safe access to transit stops, and a list of other infrastructure elements. This reads as if each listed element is now a requirement with every project. This seems to be a one-size-fits-all element of Vision Zero. What about being data-driven? What about community engagement? What about if populations considered vulnerable or marginalized are opposed to certain elements of a project? Individual elements like those listed in the plan should not be absolute. They should all be considerations, but not across the board requirements. The City of Madison does not have infinite resources, and including elements in projects where the need for these elements is low relative to other potential projects where need is higher is not only fiscally irresponsible, it also exacerbates inequities on a broader scale. When you spend money on low need areas, you have less to spend on high need areas. You can move the needle more effectively and more quickly on safety if you distribute resources more strategically. Access and equity are empty words if you don't take steps to engage the very people you are claiming to stand for in the contexts where they live their lives. National data and citywide data are not sufficient and may not even be relevant in a particular situation. Community engagement of the actual communities affected should be a requirement for each individual project, and it needs to begin at project conception, be authentic, and be as broad as possible. It's purely performative when it happens after planning begins or after the city has already decided on a top-down approach. I ask that the Transportation Commission support Vision Zero integrating as an explicit requirement of each individual project broadly solicited community engagement from project conception forward. I also ask that the language in the plan be amended to state that no one infrastructure element of the Vision Zero plan be considered a requirement, and that room be left for exceptions and different combinations that are responsive to unique street characteristics, residents' needs and views in relevant project contexts, and safety data specific to each project location. If you aren't able to make these modifications in this meeting, then I urge you to not approve the Vision Zero plan as it stands today and instead vote to request an amended version that integrates these modifications. These amendments are too important to simply dismiss or omit from the plan simply because there's pressure on the Commission to move this forward. Omitting them sends a clear signal to Madison residents that the city will be engaging in these projects without authentic, in-context community engagement or meaningful attention to the unique characteristics of each neighborhood. It's a rubber stamp for top-down management and decision-making. Thank you.
Does anyone on the commission have any questions for Kristen? Excuse me. Okay, thank you. Who do we have next? Or Alden Miadzi, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was cooking, but I wanted to ask what would the amendment look like? You know, she raised some very valid points about equity not being mentioned, and that's equality versus equity is such a huge thing. There's a big difference between the two words.
Is it all right if I address?
You can, but I would also like to hear from staff in response to Alden Miadzi, because there's a big chunk of comments with regard to equity in the action plan. Go ahead, Kristen. You can.
Yeah, I appreciate the distinction between equality and equity. I think equity is paramount, and part of equity is about recognizing that neighborhoods and streets and projects differ, and the residents in them differ, their needs differ, and are more or less urgent. And so I don't like this language that makes it seem like all these different infrastructure elements are requirements across the board, because you're going to end up spending money on project elements in areas with very low need, and with finite city resources, that means less resources for areas that have higher need, and that is not in honor of equity if you pursue that route.
What would you like it to be amended to?
I would just like the language to not read as if all of these project infrastructure elements are requirements. Right now, it does read that way, and I could come up with some language and send it to the commission if I can't think of it on the fly. And then the other part would be that a requirement be put in this Vision Zero plan that every project involve the community from conception forward and not after decisions have already been made, so that authentic community engagement can happen.
I agree. Engagement is very important. That was all my questions. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Since Alden Miadzi asked that question, I'd really like to hear from staff. So Yang, Renee, Allie, do you want to respond to that? Because Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll start on that, but Renee and Ellie, feel free to add. We actually agree with Kristen, and Alder Miyazi also asked some really good questions, and Kristen I think answered really well. It actually is not possible to include everything on every single street, right? As you all know, right? It's not our intent to say every street has to include every component, but we need to look at every component for every project to figure out where they are needed and to figure out how to best accommodate needs of residents. It definitely is not our intent to do everything on one single street. Again, as you all know, it's not even physically possible. But we can definitely we don't read language that way, but I can see that others may read that way. So we can look into how can we take the languages so that maybe it's more clear. And we also agree on the value of engagement. I think that's probably why many of us to choose live in Madison, right? I think we are proud of our tradition in engaging the public during the project development process. Vision, one of the principles for Vision Zero is engagement, and also equity is a key in the process. That has been demonstrated through all the engagement process we have done when we developing the plan. I think we had quite a few different languages on that in the action plan, but we can go back to look to see whether we can make it better on that. So Renee and Eddie.
Yeah, I'll just follow up on that. I mean, I think, we can definitely take a look at that language and, try to see how we can work on it. And I think, some of you have been on the TPPV discussions around complete and green streets, which are working to create kind of this framework that takes a look at the space and how that is divided up and how to best make decisions based on city priorities. So I think that component really kind of gets at this idea and how we look at the context of streets. And then I think, we presented at the last TPPB about sort of equity priority areas and how we might use those to think about transportation projects. And I think even with our project reviews here, we've really been working on, how to get the public involvement, how to get the TC involvement, and kind of how to sort of just refine that going forward to make the process better. And I think we can definitely continue to work on that process and make it even better as we go forward with these projects.
Yeah, but I want to say, it definitely is our goal to make, all the streets friendly and comfortable for all users, all ages and abilities. So I think we definitely want to not to follow, I think, the kind of traditional approach of our industry, design streets primarily for motor vehicle users. We really want to make the work for non-active transport, for active transportation. So for non-motorized users. So that's definitely one of our goals. But it doesn't mean we have to have for example, a private bike lane on every street. For some streets, it's totally fine to bike on it without it. So, thank you.
Very good. Who do we have next? Aiden?
Oh, I think Alder Harrington McKinney might have her hand up.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Alder. Go ahead.
Oh, not a problem. I just wanted to, number one, commend Ms. Slack for her comments. They were right on track in terms of community engagement. As a new person on this body. I don't have the depth of experience of those who have been sitting in this space for such a long time. But one of the things that's clear is that those who have been sitting on this commission for a long time, and those who have been invested in really understanding what transportation is, which is very complex, for those individuals who are in the community, that is the outreach. That's a critical piece that I'm so glad to hear Yang say that they're lifting to the top, to the forefront, because they don't have the expertise of knowing this stuff in and out. But if they are given the ability to be at a public meeting and get this information and sift it down where people can understand it, whichever level they're on, is very, very critical. So I'm very appreciative of the comment and also the commitment by staff, to make sure that community engagement is a key piece in what we're doing and what we're trying to accomplish. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you. And I'm so sorry I didn't see your hand up there. Okay, I'm looking again. No, I don't see any hands. Aiden, who's next?
Thomas Nubile of Lake Mendota Drive, Madison, Wisconsin, opposes, wishes to speak.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I oppose it as it's currently written. I think the goals of the Vision Zero are great. I just think the plan needs more work. My first issue with the plan is that it's the goal is for 2035. I think that's way too far out. That is not aggressive enough. I think we got to get much more aggressive. I looked at the statistics on deaths in the city of Madison, and they're trending upwards. And I think in the last 5 years, ballpark, they're up 75%. So if we're going to be data driven and we look at numbers like that, they're going in the wrong direction. At the same time, the city of Madison is increasing in population. The density is increasing, which means there's more cars on the road and motorcycles, et cetera. I just don't think we're focused enough on that. And that's the other issue I have with the plan is I think our focus is not laser sharp against this really big issue. Each one of these deaths is a super big tragedy for families and just the community at large. And they're unrecoverable. We have to put more energy into those. If I look at the data, again, on the deaths in 2021, I have about 14 if I pulled off the Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin-Madison website. 80% of the deaths are on the east side. 43% are on East Washington Avenue. 7 deaths include alcohol and drugs. Those are things that are in front of us right now that we have to figure out. Those are causality issues. We have to figure out what's going on there. I also looked at the deaths on East Washington Avenue, and they're spread down the whole length of East Washington Avenue. So there's not one hotspot. That whole corridor seems to be a problem, and I don't hear people focused on that. I think we should look at hitting these goals within 5 years, because if you go out 13 years, theoretically, that's an additional 182 deaths. That doesn't make sense that we would tolerate letting that trend line continue. And that assumes it doesn't grow. I'm not optimistic that the trend line is going to flatten out or go down. So I think that's something we need to seriously consider, that it may not turn around unless we take some aggressive action. In those deaths, I see about 3 main things pop out of me. Speed, and I think we've talked about that, and I highly encourage the city to address speed. Speed is a killer, and I think the speed limits do need to go down, and I think the enforcement needs to go way up, and we need more presence on the street of police officers just pulling people over. I rarely see anybody pulled over in the belt line, and I have people passing me like we're in some kind of race, and weaving in out traffic as well. Drugs and alcohol are a big problem in the deaths that I see. And finally, motorcycles. And this is really concerning because that has been increasing, and it's tragic. And now I wonder what is going on with motorcyclists. Are people not seeing them, etc.? Just one final stat, and I'll sign off. I would set a target of 5 years with aggressive milestones and really get after this. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for the registrant? Okay, did we have anybody else, Aiden, or was that it?
That was registered for this item.
Okay, so comments or questions? Obviously, a lot of time, many of us have spent a lot of time working on Vision Zero and talking about it. Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I want to follow up on the comment that was just made and the change to 2035. And so I'm kind of torn on that. And I had sent in a comment when this was up at TPPB that one thing that's lacking from the draft report as it was back then was kind of a graphic, like it has the crashes in 2015 to 2019, and it has the goal of 2030, which is 0. But there's nothing that shows what happens in between there. And in order to achieve 0, you really need a very drastic reduction of death and serious injury year after year. And I think if we're not including that in there, then it's difficult. And so 2030, I mean, I agree, it's a super aggressive goal. Will we achieve it? I'm not sure, but is the solution to say, well, we'll push it off to 2035 or 2050? I think it's fine to acknowledge, like, okay, maybe 2030, we picked that initially. And as Thomas has pointed out, I mean, these are not abstract numbers. These are people who are killed, who are no longer with us, who experience serious injuries. But so maybe a later target date is fine, but then we really need to have intermediate goals. Like, what is our target for 5 years from now? What is the target for 2030? And what do we do if we miss those intermediate targets? Because, I mean, we've already had 1 year pass where indeed the trend line is not going down. It is more or less flat. And so, yeah, I'm curious to hear more about what's driving the change to 2035 and how, with that change, we still make sure that we actually have progress in the ultimate outcome, which is preventing people from being killed and seriously injured in traffic.
Who wants to field that one? Okay, go ahead, Yang.
I can talk about that first. And again, I think Renee may have something to add as well, because we had a lot of discussions on that goal, inside the steering team, at the different meetings with other city colleagues, with the mayor, with TPPB. So we put a lot of consideration in that. So you all remember when we started this in 2020, our original goal was 2030, and we always know that's a very hefty goal, and it's incredibly hard to achieve. But I think by time now, I think most of us agree that really there shouldn't be any other goal other than 0. 1 is too many. Regarding the timeline, we had some really good discussions at the TPPB, which oversees development of the action plan. And, the concern about 2030 brought up by TPPB is that we need to identify some goal that's more reasonable, more credible. 2030 is coming up very soon. And we from 2020 to now, we lost 2 years. Not only that, we went backwards. It's not just Madison; it's a whole country. We basically will push it back, a few years. If you look at data, this is national data, that the number of fatal crashes in the country is at the highest for the last 16, 17 years. And but that's also because also during a time when people drive less, so the rate go back is the highest for even many more years. I think some estimates from like National Safety Council, they said basically the rate is the highest among the last 16 years. I think that's a little bit too high, but I think it's safe to say that the rate is the highest for the last few decades. So I think there's a lot of also skepticism. If you expect it for 2030, how is it possible given the current environment? How can you possibly achieve that? So TPP actually proposed maybe we look at 2040 as a new timeline. After a lot of discussions, with all the members, parties involved, we decided to set it on 2035. We to make it before that decision is made. I think the team has a very clear discussion that we need to really hold us have to be accountable. And we didn't have a year by year target because that's extremely difficult to project. Things not happening at a linear level. But I think one of the things really will hold us accountable is to do the yearly reporting, and we want to do a really good job at that. So every year we do a reporting, and we may even talk to committees like TPPB or TC, and really to review what have we done, what we have achieved. Some years things may actually got even worse, and some years we may see some progress. So, but I really mentioned at the beginning, this is not a document that's static. This is a living document that based on our annual report, we're going to adjust our actions. So I think that's after a lot of discussions, that's what the team has decided to do under guidance of Transportation Policy and Planning Board. It's not perfect, but we feel like it's a reasonable approach to try. So I'll stop there. I'm wondering if Renee or Ali, you have anything to add?
I mean, I would just add, this was a big discussion. It came up at the TPPB, and we had a lot of discussions with a lot of people, and I think it's really good to kind of get this feedback and see how this resonates with everyone here too.
Yeah, I was just going to add about that accountability section. I think I really want to highlight that is, I think we're stuck on that date or year, that we're going to reach that goal. I think we really want to look at this year by year by year and, make those changes, and really try to highlight that we are making a lot of changes. We're reducing the speed limit. We're making those infrastructure improvements. And, we're trying to just reach that goal. And if we reach it before 2035, then that's awesome. And so I just want to highlight that accountability section, and we'll be reporting back on, what we've been doing every year. And I think, making those improvements, we'll reach that goal eventually. And it's pretty aggressive in what we've been doing. So just want to.
Okay, thank you. I think maybe one suggestion based on that, I think this hasn't really been communicated to any of the stakeholder groups. And so, I think I think you've done a really good job in getting that stakeholder engagement and input both through the Let's Talk Trees project, but also specifically the Vision Zero stakeholder group. And so, I think at least letting people know that change, to me, this seems like a pretty significant change to the whole program. And so, I think either getting input on this seems important before we approve this plan. Thanks.
Thanks, Harold. Alder Miazzi, go ahead.
Actually, Harold was spot on with that question, and this is a very convoluted issue, and I think the staff gave a very a good explanation, very good comprehensive plan that they went through in order to come up with that date. I was wondering how they came up with that date too. So, thank you for staff for coming up with that goal and everything that they went in to do this, come up with that plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Is that all you had, Alder Miazzi?
Yes, I'll lower my hand.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure you were done. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. I've got a couple points I'll try and go through quick. First, on the target, I would actually urge us not to get too hung up on the year. I've worked with some other agencies trying to set targets like this, and it's very easy to spend too much time thinking about what the right year is, or what the right target is, or what period of time. I think we all want to accomplish this tomorrow, but the reality is, if you imagine what Madison looks like when we're achieving our goal, a lot of things look very different, and so it's going to take some time to get there. What I think the target does do, and I think Alexandra, you were on point in talking about looking at how we're doing over time, is we can see, if we're off track from that target, we need to change something drastically, and if we're on path to that target, then we got to keep doing what we're doing. So hopefully that's what the target does, more than the specific year. Couple other quick points. I think it was interesting hearing what the registrants had to say, because in my view, maybe I'm too close to this, but I think the plan does a really good job of hitting the things that folks were talking about. Speed is at the forefront. Engagement is stressed, I think, a lot in the report. I don't think we're at risk of trying to do too much on every street, just because, as we all know, we can't. So I just wanted to make that point. So if there are places to improve the language a little bit, maybe because folks seeing it for the first time aren't catching those themes, we could. But I think there's a lot of good changes that will come out of the plan. So. Finally, on the high injury network, I did notice the new language that sort of tries to lay out what the high injury network is actually based on. And I think it talks about the risk of each road or something like that. I think there might be a tweak to that language that could make that a little clearer, maybe something along the lines of these are the most dangerous roads of certain types or something. I know we had some talk about this before about what's actually going on in there, but I think there's some simple language that can make it a little more clear. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Darren, go ahead.
So Chris and I think, are on the same wavelengths, as he made many of my points. So I won't repeat those, but I would just, the one I will just reemphasize is definitely the need not to get hung up on the dates. I think that, one of the most impactful things that's going to happen is the changing of the geometry of the streets, which can't happen overnight. I think when you lower a driver's propensity for risk, that's only going to be done by street design. So, and that's a longer term solution. So I think that's where it's going to happen there. But again, I appreciate my involvement in the steering committee, and understanding that this is going to be an iterative process as we learn and grow each year from it. So thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Anybody else have, Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback from other commissioners on the target date, and I'm okay with not getting hung up on that. I do have another question, though. So one thing that I do not see covered as extensively, or maybe two things in the action plan, are one, the risk related to the change in the vehicle fleet at large, where there has been this move where cars have been, or it's no longer cars, it's now trucks. Like, cars have moved to trucks, vehicle weights have gone up, the design of vehicles is more like decreases visibility, makes them more deadly. And that's not, I mean, obviously that is something that needs to maybe be addressed on some other levels. But I mean, I know some cities have thought about considering like making it more expensive to park in city-owned lots for these larger vehicles, or prohibiting them from certain streets. Is that something that was considered, and or if not, what other measures could there be to deal with that vehicle design that goes beyond thinking about the city fleet, which I think is a very important part, and I appreciate all the things in there. And I think the other thing that we know is a huge problem in causing death and injury is impaired driving. And it seems like, I think I only saw 2 specific strategies in the action plan, one to like alternative courts, and the other one was related to maybe, I forgot what the second one was. But since that is such a big issue, what can you say a little bit more about that? What about, for example, changing parking requirements at bars, or changing land use of where alcohol consumption facilities are allowed?
Okay, I'll try to address the first question, and I will refer the second question maybe to folks on the team who has been working on a lot of the enforcement efforts. Hopefully Tony's still here. I also saw Tom. I can turn on his camera, so he might have some insight on this as well. But Harry has a really good point on the trend right now. We are seeing what the vehicles are selling on the market. It's no longer sedans. It's a larger, heavier vehicles, specifically pickup trucks. I mean, not for people who need it for work. People drive it just for daily use, for commuting. They're not really hauling stuff around. I recently actually had a conversation with someone I know who changed her vehicle, from a really small vehicle to a quite large vehicle, to an SUV. And she told me the reason is that given how people drive these days, she felt really being endangered. That people are just driving crazily, and she had a smaller vehicle, lighter vehicle, and when crash do happen, she's at disadvantage. Imagine that. Imagine if somebody already have a metal box around them, feel endangered on our streets. How does people who does not have the metal box around them feel, like pedestrians, bicyclists, right? And I think that's definitely a reality, and I'm not sure whether that's going to change anytime soon, because SUVs and pickup trucks has a much higher profit margin for the car manufacturers, and they have been pouring resources into that, manufacturing them, promoting them. So they're not focusing on sedans anymore. I do think that's something that we need to change. We need to reverse the trend. But that's something I think a very recent trend, and I'm really not sure. From a city's perspective, how can we better address that? But we can take a look at it. We can put some thoughts into it. For the inclusion in the action plan, right? We want something that's feasible. We don't want to throw things there. We know it's not doable, out of our control. And everything we include in the action plan, we actually want to do them, and we actually want to hold them also accountable, so we can track the progress as we discussed. So I cannot promise that we'll come up with good measure for that, but definitely we'll think about that, and also talking with like our parking utility colleagues to see whether we can provide some incentives. And I saw Tom with his hand. So Tom.
Yeah, and I'm going to give maybe a little bit broader view in that we probably don't have everything in this action plan that we'll be implementing over the next 10 years. Because it's it's a learning industry, right? And if we are not trying things 5 years from now that are not in this plan, that means that we're not really keeping up with what other cities are doing. I think, at least in my heart, I'm going to maybe speak for the team. The important thing is to start moving. For example, there's the US DOT seems to have a new direction, and they've outlaid a lot of money towards innovative treatments. We'd like to capture that money, and we'd like to capture that money this year. You know what I mean? And we will probably experiment. Like, for instance, last year we experimented with those little delineators in East Washington. Other cities are experimenting, and so I think that this document may be a learning document, if you know what I mean. That we can't probably capture every possible aspect, but we want to be nimble, we want to be responsive, and we want to be try and capture as much of the resources that seem to be directed towards this effort at the national level. So it's just a little background.
Thank you.
Okay, and before we move off of that, Harold had another question related to impaired driving. Did you guys have any thoughts on that, staff?
Yeah, I can maybe say we do have, I think, about 4 things in there now, but obviously alcohol policy, I mean, that's a very complicated issue. I'm sure there's another committee, the Alcohol License Review Committee, that could really speak to how complicated it is. But we do have some things. One is, trying to increase our involvement with place of last drink, which is a way of finding where those impaired drivers are drinking and helping to educate the staff on over-serving. We also have some things, we have people hear about sort of safe ride home, but it's not everyone is a part of it. It's kind of attached to being a member of the Tavern League, which not everyone wants to be. And I think there's other ways we can promote alternatives that make it easier to not choose to get in the car after you've been drinking. And then there's the enforcement. It's obviously a hazardous violation, as you can see. So that's something from the enforcement end that is would still be taking place, as well as trying to look at some of the more promising ways of working with people who do receive DUIs and looking at some alternative ways of trying to get them not to be repeat offenders. We all see here in the state how many times someone might be a repeat offender and be involved in crashes. And so some of these alternatives have better success rates. So we would really like to see increasing that involvement so that at least if someone gets that first infraction, they're not getting that 7th and 8th or even a second, right? So I think some of those things are in there, but I think this is one area where obviously we can do a lot more work in the future too.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess another thing we can look into maybe, some of the, this might be a longer term goal, but looking at the law itself, I remember seeing a story on a community or a country maybe in Europe. They lower their enforcement level of alcohol in drivers, alcohol level in drivers, and they saw a huge improvement in traffic safety. Of course, that requires, some heavy lifting of the legislation work, but maybe we can include that as a long-term goal as well.
Yeah, I think one thing that you should also keep track of, not to Justin, I think evening and weekend service on Metro is a measure to reduce drunk driving. If the bus stops at 11 and you want to go to the bar until midnight, well, then you either take a cab or you drive. So I think that's another piece of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Harold. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. And I just want to, without lengthening the discussion, I agree with Ying and what Tom have said, and recognizing that this is the City of Madison Vision Zero action plan, and recognizing that some of the things that you might get the biggest benefit of reducing fatalities and serious injuries are things that are beyond the control, whether it's the vehicle size and weight and the so forth. But is that the city of Madison is on board, and if the opportunity presents itself, that the action plan will allow the city to endorse any things that are going to be changes either at the federal or state level, to say yes, that will help us reach our Vision Zero goal, and we would full-heartedly put our endorsement behind whether it's legislation or whether it's funding or whatever, changing the culture, whatever things that we will do, and that gives the city this action plan gives the city the vision to say yes, we want to endorse those kinds of changes that we think will help, that we can't necessarily do on our own because it's beyond our purview at the city level. Thanks.
Okay, other comments? Well, I'd just like to say I think that the action plan is a great start. As everybody has said, it's not a static document. It's a place to start, and we can't start moving until we actually take that first step. And I think that the annual reporting that they're talking about is a key, because when we look back 10 years and see all of the change that has happened between then and now, you know that there's going to be a lot of things that can change moving forward. And my understanding is that you plan to be nimble, that the city's action plan will be updated and modified and change as is appropriate, so that we can start and take advantage of some of this federal money that's available and start moving toward that goal. Because if we delay and delay, we're just going to push off that goal further into the future. And I think we took steps this evening with the Safe Streets Madison program. We talked, as I read the Vision Zero action plan, and I read it all, we talked about a lot of that with the projects tonight. And that's, we talk about it when we talk about the geometry on the streets and the different designs that we'll talk about later for Hammersley and Sheboygan. And, we do that every meeting. So I think this is a good start, and, I support it. So Bill, your hand is up. Did you have more comments or no? Okay, I'll just shoot it down. Okay. Yang, go ahead.
Thank you, Anne. Yeah, I just want to thank you for your comments, and also I want to emphasize again, on our commitment to do the annual report. When we are proposing, the annual report, we actually know that at least I think we're actually going to be on hot seats at some time in the future. When we look at the data, and it may not always trending downwards. And I fully expect, we'll be on hot seat sometime because we'll do this. But still, I think that's a good thing to do. It's probably the best way, as Anna said, to really hold us towards that goal. And towards that, I think it's a really hefty goal. I also want to thank everyone for the great input, and thank you for your support.
Okay, so where do we stand? Is anyone willing to make a motion to move this plan forward as proposed? Carl?
I move adoption. That's what we're looking for, right? Adoption of the Vision Zero action plan.
Thank you. Robbie?
Second.
Okay. Harold, did you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I mean, just very briefly, I mean, I raised some concerns and I think I have gotten good answers, and other people have raised concerns as well. And I think we have gotten really good responses with regard to this being a starting point, this being a living document, acknowledging what is in the city's power and what is not within the city's power. But yeah, I think really the key driver is like, we got to get started, and we got to get started now. And this action plan is a good starting point. Let's do it. And yeah, let's get city staff on the hot seat with the annual report, as Yang said, when that is due. Thank you.
I don't think people are going to forget about that annual report, you guys. So, all right. So we have a motion and a second. We'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or wishes a roll call vote. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, then Vision Zero Action Plan is recommended for adoption, and we'll move forward. Thanks, everybody. Great discussion. And, we talk about Vision Zero all the time. We'll be talking about it at many of our meetings, whether we're talking about Safe Streets Madison or High Injury Network or 20 is Plenty or any of those things that are related to it. So we'll hear from staff a lot going forward. So great discussion, and I'm sure staff was absorbing all of that in terms of things that they can think about for the future. Okay, item number 4, rate change for the Wilson Street parking garage. Tom?
Yeah, I'll. This is a busy meeting tonight, so I will be quick. Let me find my. There we go. I put together a memo summarizing this. Essentially, what's the COVID pandemic has changed travel patterns in our customer, and it has also kind of dramatically affected our garages as well as revenues. In 2021, our garages took in about, I'm going to say roughly half of what they did in 2019. And, on one hand, you can say, well, that's good. Maybe fewer people are driving. But on the other hand, we do try and provide a sustainable operation financially. And every year, our finance director says that we have an $18 million deficit. How are we going to address that? In 2021, we were able to address that with some of the CARE funding as well as parking reserves. But 2022 will be more difficult. In 2021, we had a deficit of $3.6 million. One of the parking garages that had the least amount of occupancy is our Government East Wilson Street. You can see we were at actually 19% occupancy in 2021, and we were just 27% of what we were experiencing in 2019. And so other garages, such as State Street Campus, they've recovered to a greater degree. For instance, State Street Campus is at 93% of 2019. When you look at this, you see many of the lots that have lower occupancies are the ones that are associated with employment downtown. If we were to look at parking rates, I just personally did a survey of other parking providers literally within a block of the Wilson Street, and all of them have a lower rate. And so if someone is going to park downtown, we just assume that they park in our ramp and help offset the costs. And so we would like to change the rate of the Wilson Street garage in an effort to try and capture more parking. And then we also would like to place a cap. On this table, you can see what our current rates are. and then what our proposed rates are. We are proposing a daily cap of 14. The reason for that is I think it's becoming much more common for city or not, let's say, I'm just going to say downtown workers to come in a portion of the week, but not all week, right? So they come in 3 days a week, not 5 days a week, which really is a good thing. You know, that you think about that, that's a 20 to 40% decrease in our rush hour traffic. But because of that, you know, they're more reluctant to purchase a full month parking pass. Other garages that, you know, frankly, we compete with, they have a daily cap. And so that if you come in, you'll pay this amount of money. And so we're just going to experiment with that in the Wilson Street garage. As far as occupancy, you know, here I did some three-dimensional graphs. The red line represents our capacity at the Wilson Street garage. And that little peak that you saw was basically the Ironman. So you can see that, you know, we're well below our occupancy rates, and it would be helpful financially if we could capture more parking. And then this is the midday, which is what this would primarily target, would be kind of the employment parking that occurs midday. It doesn't really, I'm going to say it doesn't impact as much shoppers or other patrons for businesses downtown. So that's a summary of this. We also would like to eliminate the carpool discount, which you may feel like is counterintuitive, but I can discuss that at a later time. I believe we didn't provide enough notice within the title to discuss that. So this resolution is strictly just to adjust the rates of the Wilson Street garage.
So we're looking at the substitute resolution. That was the most recent one that was saved, and we'll address the carpool discount rates at another meeting. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have any problem really with the proposal, but just for my own curiosity, I think you said that the competitors' ramps were all basically within, say, a block or so. Is that correct? So we're dealing with the same proximity to destinations.
Yeah, I'll say that 3 of the competitors' ramps are literally within 1 block of the Wilson Street plan.
Okay. My other question was, and again, this is just sort of for my own curiosity, but I think it does bear on whether they're true competitors. Are the competitors that you mentioned open to the general public, or are they only open to residents of that building?
Well, they're open to the general public. In fact, I mostly ride my bike to work, but on a couple of days I took my car and I did some comparative shopping by my office just to see how much it was here and how much. And it was very easy, and literally, because I tend to work a little bit longer hours, I saved maybe $10 parking at a competitor's than parking in the Wilson Street.
Okay. As I said, for some reason, I was under the impression that a lot of the ramps during the day were only open to people in that building. So it's nice to know that at least, you know, that I think that there should be more flexibility for where people park anyway. And I understand we want them to park in the city ramp, but at least I know that people running ramps aren't just, you know, selling the parking cheap to residents and then not opening up any excess capacity to anyone else.
No, I think they are trying to, you know, maximize their revenue. And I will say that our competitors are able to adapt their prices much more quickly than we are. You know, literally on a concert on the Square night, by the hour, they will change their rate based on whether or not we are full or not. But
I have noticed that myself.
Yeah. Yes.
Not usually when I'm biking by.
Is that all you had then, Robbie?
Yes.
Okay, Harold, go ahead.
I think that last point raises an interesting question. I mean, if the competitors are so flexible and we lower the rates by, relatively short, are they just going to lower it and we're going to be in the same situation? Like, what's the evaluation? Like, what time frame do you think you're going to see a positive impact on the revenue?
Well,
if we don't find
I think, I actually think that we're going to have to rethink our whole policy and rate structure. I think we're going to have different customers over the next 4 years. Mm-hmm. Hoping that I'm not going to be the one that has to rethink this. I'm hoping we'll get a replacement parking manager that takes a deep dive. However, it could be fall or late fall before we get a new parking manager, and I feel like we have to be responsible stewards with $22 because $22 affects our budget and affects our ability to retain our employees. And so these are just adjustments. And so, we'll make an adjustment. It will either be effective or it won't, right? And if it's not effective by July, then we can adjust again. I think Sabrina kind of had a policy saying, well, every couple of years she wanted to adjust the parking rates. And I just feel like the transportation landscape has changed so dramatically that we have to be more nimble. And I suspect that we will be coming to you more frequently to adjust things so that we can adapt to what's going on.
That assessment resonates with me, and maybe then we need to think about, is there more flexibility that the parking utility needs rather than having to come to us each and every time we do things. But remains to be seen, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Harold. Any other comments or questions? Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. I think Harold was already kind of saying this, but I think, Tom, I know this is just one of many things that you're sort of responsible for right now, but it is worth thinking about how to run the garages more effectively as businesses. So if there are legal ways to do more dynamic pricing, that should be something to look into. And I see you have a thought, but also signage, and if there's a way to get into apps that exist and all these different ways, of leveraging some of the city's advantage to get folks in those garages.
Yeah, some cities have gone to demand pricing. I believe San Francisco has. Right now our technology is kind of behind, and we have to catch up. Just even all of our permits right now are really handled by hand. That should be an automated process. But we'll get there.
Okay, so this would be a step in the right direction. It would be a way to test and see how it works. And it sounds, Tom, like we'll be revisiting this to take a longer view in terms of how the parking landscape has changed, because, we've had a lot of discussion about employment and how that has changed and how it's impacted transportation. And so I'm sure we'll hear more about that. Any other comments about transportation substitute resolution TC number 57? Anyone willing to make a motion to approve this substitute resolution? Chris?
Yep, move approval.
Is that a second, Bill?
Yes, it is. I was ready to, by the way, Tom, I was ready to approve the getting rid of the carpool tonight also. I read through it this afternoon, and I just don't like people doing that to us. So I'm ready bring that to next time if you want, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, we will. It was just a notice issue because it wasn't mentioned on the agenda. Just the Wilson Garage pricing was mentioned on the agenda. So No, I think a lot of people see the wisdom in terms of what you were talking about there, Bill, as well. So we'll put it on the agenda for next time. Is there any further discussion with regard to the motion? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent. One, Xander. We'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to abstain or vote no. Okay, very good. Chris, if you're there, I have to step out very briefly. So I'll be back. Gotta go check on my dog. So
No problem. Where are we? So we are on item 6.
Sorry, well, I can tell you we're on
traffic.
Exactly. Traffic signal priority list,
yep.
item 6. Yep. Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm gone now.
So do we have a staff presentation?
Graham Heights from Traffic Engineering, joined by Jerry Shippa. Just real quick, did you have something to add, Yang, before we get started with this item?
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So thank you for having us this evening. Under this item, we'll be discussing the 2021 traffic signal priority list, which is our screening process, which was used to vet requests for new traffic signal installations. As mentioned, I'll be reporting out with Jerry Shippa on the outcomes of our studies that were discussed and agreed to at the December 8th TC meeting. At that meeting, we introduced new intersections for which we received requests for signals. The results of that initial screening, and we developed the final list of 8 intersections that were deemed appropriate for further study. For this meeting purposes, 2 items were distributed: the traffic signal priority list and the associated report. I would note that that report considers 11 total intersections. 3 were considered for additional study by internally by staff as part of the bus rapid transit effort that's been going on, or the BRT effort. There's a couple intersections along routes which are being considered for change to traffic control to help assist movements with BRT routes. So those were considered with the study. A consultant team has been working on some of that, so our the results that we'll be discussing reflect some of those outcomes. To quickly recap the other 8 intersections, 2 were near schools that were brought up in 2022 and were deferred to the 2021 list due to the COVID volume reductions and kind of some of the outcomes and the change of traffic patterns for the time. So we looked at those this year, this go around. Those 2 intersections were near schools, again, Packers and Northport, and at Memorial High School and the Mineral Point Road intersection. 3 that were studied in 2020 that we felt worthy of revisiting due to potential volume reductions. Those 3 intersections, Packers and 6th, Blackhawk, Joyce Erdman, and University. And lastly, Milwaukee and Thompson. 3 intersections that would be considered new to the list are East Wash and Independence, which were also kind of loosely associated with the BRT routing, Edgewood and Monroe, and lastly, Sharpsburg, Sprecher, and Wyalusing. Just to note as a housekeeping item, the order of the intersections that are included in the report correspond to their order in the traffic signal priority list. In either the category of meeting or not meeting traffic signal warrants, and the ranking is indicated. So this is intended just to help with the cross-referencing between the 2 documents, and just to make the report out a little easier. So that was a change that was made, and hopefully any feedback to that would be helpful too. So just trying to make life easier. Staff recommendations are summarized in the first page of the report. And the studies that were conducted are in pages 2 and 3. It's important to remember that some of these locations, while their maintenance is routinely conducted by City of Madison staff, are along designated state highway routes. And as such, even depending on the outcomes of this discussion this evening, we'd still need to carry that forward to the Wisconsin DOT for consideration and ultimately approval. That's not the case with all of them, but that's definitely the case with some. I would also note that we receive, any number of requests for traffic signals, and it's just not possible to install signals at all locations. So what we do, however, is look for any other appropriate measures that can be taken at some of those locations, and maybe look for solutions depending on outcomes of the study and the review, and find homes for those perhaps in other programs such as the Safe Streets Madison or any other variety of funding mechanisms that we may have. So I think at this point, I'm just going to turn it over to Jerry to discuss the outcomes of our review and come up with our list of recommendations here. So unless there's any other questions or items to discuss at this point in the game, I'm going to turn it over to Jerry.
Hi, my name is Jerry Shippa with City of Madison Traffic Engineering Department, and I'm just going to pick up the report on page 4 and work from there. Just not going to read everything. We'll just kind of go over what warrants it may or may not have, each location may or may not have met, and then what our recommendations are. So starting with Sheboygan Avenue and Whitney Way, which is number 1 on the list for meeting warrants. This intersection met warrant 1B, is on the BRT route, and using geometrics that consulting with the BRT team, we analyzed it accordingly to how they would potentially change Sheboygan Avenue as far as marking and lane designations. So we are recommending installing a traffic signal in conjunction with the bus rapid transit project. Next is East Washington Avenue and Independence. That's number 2 on the list, meeting minimum warrant. This location is, as Graham said, is new to the list. So is Sheboygan and Whitney Way, by the way. But this intersection met warrant 1B when we analyze the eastbound left turn as the primary side street movement, which is one way the METCD allows us to look at heavy left turn volumes. So when analyzing it that way, it met warrant 1B. We're recommending installing a traffic signal in conjunction with the bus rapid transit project, which at this location would have transit stops on the shoulder. So you'd expect quite a few pedestrian crossings there as well. Number 3 on leading meeting the minimum warrant, number 3 on the list, is Northport Drive and School. This one has been on the list for a while, but met warrant 1B as well as the 4-hour warrant. So we are recommending installing a traffic signal at this location. And this and the previous intersection would be examples, as Graham highlighted, that would have to get approval from the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. So now moving on to intersections that didn't meet, and the way our list works is it's ranked by how far they met or didn't meet warrant 1A or 1B. So number 2 on the list is Packers and 6th. Updated our hose counts, and it found that this was not did not meet any of the or did not meet the warrants 1A or 1B. We are recommending further evaluation at this intersection, because we are recognizing that there's difficulties crossing here. From our observations, there's not many people crossing, but the geometry is really difficult to add any kind of RFB or any other device. So we feel at the time there's kind of a lot in the air right now with future metro transit route restructuring with potential north-south BRT lines where they might run, potentially some future land use changes in the area, and just kind of a more corridor-wide changes might be coming to this area. So we're recommending keeping the current stop configuration for now, but revisiting this and looking for opportunities to improve that situation with future projects or initiatives. Next is Seagull and Sheboygan, number 4 on the list for not meeting warrant. This is also on the BRT road. This is not on a Wisconsin DOT highway. This intersection, while it didn't meet warrant 1A or 1B, did meet the peak hour warrant and the 4-hour warrant. And so we are recommending installing a traffic signal there. That would also help with the articulated buses making left turns off Seagull onto Sheboygan, or off Sheboygan onto Seagull.
An item to note with that location as well is that the volumes that were collected don't necessarily reflect the development immediately in that area of the Hill Farms project. So there's quite a bit of land use change also going on at that location that's imminent.
Yeah, that's a good point. The volumes that we collected were typically you see kind of like a morning peak and afternoon peak. In this location, it was almost like a slow, gradual ramp up to the afternoon peak, and then it kind of fell off. Which, looking at the current configuration of that area, kind of makes sense. You wouldn't really expect a lot of traffic to turn and go through more signals to get to the offices, as opposed to maybe traffic from the east just taking the old Middleton Road ramp and being right there. So, but maybe on the exit using Seagull Road to access University. It's expected to change quite a bit with the development in that neighborhood. So next is East Washington, Melvin Court and Lefke, number 13 on the list. This is another BRT stop intersection. This intersection did not, in a previous analysis, it did meet warrant. In our more recent counts, it didn't. However, with a BRT stop in the median, we're creating kind of a unique situation, or at least unique to our area, where we're creating a destination in the median that's also likely to increase the number of pedestrian crossings there. We have an RFP there right now for the existing bus stop, but we're expecting pedestrian crossings to increase both with BRT and consolidating. I think there's a nearby stop at Lexington that, those people getting on the bus there are likely to use this stop as well. So we're recommending installing a traffic signal with this, with the BRT project at this intersection. This being another intersection that we would have to get approval from WSDOT from. And just, again, just as Graham said, we may recommend it. It may be approved here. If it is not approved by WSDOT, then we have to look at other options, but just something to consider. Next is Edgewood and Monroe Street, number 15 on the list. This one did not meet warrant. So what we are recommending, however, with some field observations, we did notice there was a little bit of a delay and some queuing building up on the side streets. So what we're recommending is look at adjacent signals to see if there's any timing changes that can be done to help kind of shut the valve on the mainline traffic and help create gaps so side street users can access Monroe Street. And that would be specifically kind of during these times of days where side street users are having this problem. Next is Blackhawk, Joyce Erdman and University. Another intersection that's been on the list for a while. This one, kind of similar to Packers and 6, has some geometric issues that makes adding any RFB or anything like that very difficult. So we've recommended that this intersection be placed on the Safe Streets Madison project list, looking at doing some kind of median refuge island similar to the nearby signal at Maple Terrace and University or Ridge and University. At least with that geometry, we have more options available to us as far as signing or any other kind of control devices. We would have to discuss that with Shorewood Hills as well, because there's some access restrictions that they would have to be okay with. Milwaukee and Thompson. This one did not meet signal warrant. However, did see some potential issues with sight lines out there and speeding issues. So we're recommending some kind of more traffic calming elements, bump outs, and then realigning the crosswalks in hopes that this would reinforce the lowered speed limits and maybe allow drivers to feel a little bit more comfortable pulling out to a location after stopping and checking the crosswalk, but pulling out to a location where they could see further up and down Milwaukee Street than currently. The next is James Madison Memorial High School driveway and Mineral Point Road. So this is just east of Gammon Road at Mineral Point. This one did not meet any traffic signal warrants. However, there was a trend in the crashes that we noticed, which involved eastbound left turning drivers and westbound drivers, specifically westbound drivers in the outer lane, which is the bus, bike, and right turn lane. And even in the police report, more specifically, they were in heavy traffic where maybe the other two lanes had stopped and let someone go through, and then somebody eventually wanting to turn right at Gammon Road, kind of just bypassing the traffic and then not seeing that somebody was making that left turn. We actually feel that with bus rapid transit coming through and kind of redoing the lanes, going from a shoulder running to a median running, that's going to eliminate that potential blind conflict. So we are recommending keeping the control as is today, then reevaluating it after the BRT project changes the geometry there. Then finally, Sharpsburg, Sprecher, and Wyalusing. This one requested by Metro for a potential route that would cross Sprecher on Sharpsburg and Wyalusing. This not close to meeting any of the signal warrants. Check site vision or we checked vision out there and found it was adequate for a two-way stop. I didn't see any major trends in the crashes, so we're recommending maintaining existing stop control. And also, I believe there's plans to kind of realign Sprecher, which would mean we would have to rip out any signal and relocate it. So that concludes the list. That was a quick summary. If there's any questions, we'll be able to take them now.
Does anybody have any questions for Jerry? Yes, Chris, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, it sounds obvious, but it's good to hear that these projects are getting passed on to Safe Streets. when you're not recommending a signal. Question, when you say that many of these are going to be installed with BRT, does that mean that they'll be folded into the capital budget for BRT, or is it just a timing issue?
Yeah, they would. They would be. Justin can chime in if he wants to, but they would be with the BRT project. They would be funded through the Bus Rapid Transit project. As a lot of them are adding stations and basically ripping, reconstructing the intersection. So, yeah, installing anything now before that or waiting till after doesn't really make a lot of sense. So it would be with the BRT project, funded through the BRT project.
Thanks. Is this an opportunity to be thinking about bus priority signals?
Transit signal priority or
yeah.
Yeah, so that's another thing that's been discussed with Bus Rapid Transit, and that is also, again, Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's also funded through Bus Rapid Transit, as that's kind of a part of that package.
Justin, are you there? You want to catch that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't hear the entirety of Chris's question about what specific thing he was talking about.
I asked if this was an opportunity to look at transit priority signals, and it sounds like that's part of the thinking.
Yeah, that is planned to be part of the BRT budget as well.
Awesome. One last sort of detail question. When you mentioned the Sego and Sheboygan intersection and future traffic, are you allowed to consider future traffic in a warrant, or you have to do everything after the fact?
Yeah, you're allowed to offer, I believe it's a 5-year projection. So it's not a long range. It's not like what's going to happen in 20 years down the road. But if there's like an immediate development where something's coming in, it's going to dramatically change, something at that intersection, land use or whatever. Yeah, it allows you to kind of use those projected volumes to meet a warrant.
Just to add to that too, I would say that that's probably tied to like a project or funding. So if there's, say, an improvement project that's coming along and that we've evaluated an intersection and it's close to meeting a warrant and we know a land use change is coming, then we would likely consider that.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Further discussion? Not seeing any hands. Is there a motion to approve staff's recommendation on the traffic signal priority list? Bill?
I'll make a motion for approval of all of the recommendation of the staff for approval.
Okay, there's a motion. Chris, is that a second?
Yep.
Okay, motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. We'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. So please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Jerry and Graham. And thanks for stepping in. Thanks for stepping in for. Oh. Go ahead, Graham.
I'm sorry. I did have one more item. I didn't want to confuse the issue with anything that was going to be voted on, but I did want to comment to the timing of some of these installations. Historically, we've attempted to get these signals in the same calendar year as the passing of these types of resolutions. But what we've run into lately is that we feel that due to funding and our ability to identify the funding needs within our capital budget requests, as well as getting materials in a timely fashion, has been more of an increasing challenge for us. we kind of hit that wall this past year with the intersection of West Washington and Henry, which got voted on last year, but we're actually in the process of signalizing this year, unlike what had been done previously. So I guess just informationally speaking, we'll expedite what installations we can. However, just with the complexities associated with any geometric changes, heaven forbid there's any real estate or anything like that, gets to be a real challenge. So we're kind of targeting kind of the following calendar year for a lot of these installations, just based on the realities associated with their implementation. So just wanted to kind of let folks know if that's a change in expectation in any way, kind of that intended game plan, and just make folks aware of that. So that's all.
Sure, Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Yes, Graham or either Yank. I'm trying to find an ask in there. You were making us aware, but is there something, or there's some action that we should be looking at or pursuing? I'm just I'm not clear about where we are with your statement.
Okay. I was just assuming it was informational only, and just similar to what Yang was talking about with the Safe Streets Madison program, that these days timing of materials and labor, et cetera, that the timelines are sometimes extended. So I don't think we need to make any motion with regard to that.
That wasn't my intention, no. But
Thank you.
Merely for information.
Thank you.
Okay. Yang, go ahead.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah. So thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney, for bringing it up. Yeah. So actually, that's what I want to say, that we don't need any action from the commission, but we just want to keep the commission be aware. Depending on how the situation goes, we may actually make that maybe a normal practice. For getting signals approved in 1 year and actually constructed in the next year. Graham talked about a lot of the kind of the current supply chain issues that we have seen, basically, for everything, right? It just takes a lot longer to get the materials. And also, we had some conversation with finance staff about budgeting. So typically, for us to signal projects, we will have to go for a budget amendment every year because at this point our budget was already all approved, adopted by last November. So now we got signal approved here. If we want to actually build it, we have to do a budget amendment, and finance staff and also finance committee does not feel like that's the best approach, kind of things. So we actually looking into delay everything by a cycle. So which means we get studies done in 1 year, I get approved, and actually build it in the following year. That I think resolves more time for us to work on all the logistics and all the design, and also allows us to build our the cost into our regular budget request, which is what I think gives more predictability for finance, when we look at the budget. So so thank you, Graham, for bringing that.
Yes, no, it's great information, and we're likely going to see some of that with Safe Streets Madison, are we not?
Yeah, I think for yes. For Safe Streets Madison, it's the same thing, right? Supply chain issues and also labor shortage. We're going to see the impact, and I think we just want to be realistic. But hopefully, for Safe Streets Madison, that's going to be just COVID thing, or shortly after COVID, we're going back to normal. We absolutely want to get a project implemented as soon as possible once it's got approved, because the public are asking for improvements. They're waiting for it. So yeah, I think for 53 Madison, hopefully in the future, we can still get approved in 1 year and do that in 1 year. But for signals, it's sometimes much more involved. It's a lot of piece of equipment involved, and lots of design work, also assessment work, assessment districts, working with the neighborhoods on that. So I think that it does make sense to delay for a year.
Okay, thank you. And Graham, thanks for letting us know that. Sure. The change from what we were maybe expecting. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have Sheboygan Avenue. And Sean, I believe you're going to do that. Aiden and Joe, I don't believe we have any registrants on this item, do we?
There is one.
Oh, there is one. Okay. So we'll have the presentation from staff, and then we'll hear from the public, and then we'll have our conversation and discussion.
So Sean couldn't be here tonight. He had an emergency with his, he broke a tooth. So
oh no. Okay.
I'm going to cover for him, and I'm familiar with the project and also did attend the neighborhood meeting, so I have some information from there.
Well, thank you, Mark, for stepping in. We appreciate it.
Sure. And I'm going to share my screen here with the, where is that? Oh. Oh, here it is. Sorry. I'll make sure I share the screen and not the PDF. Or is that this one? I'll try this. Let's see here. So that is the document. So we're here because of the Madison Yards development and some work they're doing, and the BRT going through, and our complete streets process. We're here to look at Sheboygan. We have this opportunity to do some improvements and add bike lanes. There's quite a few pages on this document. I'm going to go through these pretty fast and then go to one page, but that just shows the options, because this is kind of cluttered. But this is showing one of the options for bike lanes with the aerial behind there, and you can kind of see the area and get familiar with what you're looking at, or the scope of the project we're talking about. And then here's another option. And here's a third option. It's just the same background with the different drawings. And then this page here is the one I want to focus on for discussion with the documents. And then this page here was included as showing the parking study. And basically this information here, I'll try to zoom in here. This is showing the rows are the two sides of Sheboygan, the north side, which doesn't have any parking today. And this, excuse me, and the lower row is the south side of the street, which does have some parking on it. And we did the AM and PM study, and then he's showing the total amount of spaces that are available, and then the usage is in these columns here. And you can see, just look at the percentage occupied by the residents, and we're split up in two sides. Let's see, or two times. I'm not sure what the two sections are here. Why am I not seeing what the differences are in the top or the bottom column? But you can see in the morning there's some parking, and it's non-residents that are parking in the daytime. and then they go back at night, which is after peak hour. And you can see.
Renee, maybe is there a difference in the dates, Renee? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, so there's two sections of the street. So the first is North Seago to North Eau Claire. Oh.
Is this one half of the street in the east and the west half? Is that what he's doing?
Well, there's two. See, it shows March and then October, AM and PM.
Yeah, so they definitely did a spring and a fall count.
Okay. All right, I see it now. I didn't see these dates.
Yeah.
The yellow kind of blinded me, I guess. I don't know. So there. So that's what we have. But I think these are the important areas down here where the occupied by non-residents or residents. And you can see, 75% here at night, 15% in the day. But so a lot of the feedback we're getting from the neighborhood was that we can't judge what the parking situation is just by a daytime study, but we did a nighttime as well. And what you see when you drive through there during the day. And then the rest of the pages that were in the document, it's just showing it's showing the rest of Sheboygan as it passes Eau Claire and heads west, the potential future of that section, showing the BRT station and future bike lanes. But we're not really talking about that section. That's just also showing why it's important to make a decision on this first piece of Sheboygan between Seago and Eau Claire. So I'm going to go back to this section here. This is the important one. This is what we'd like to get some information from the TC tonight about which option we should go with. And so we did have a neighborhood meeting on February 17th last week. We sent out 1,000 postcards. We hit everybody in the apartments on the south side. The north side is the state office building. Oops, let me see here. Oh, I thought I had a. Oh, no, I can't. And the south side is all residential. The north side's got the state, and then it's got the Red Cross parking lot in the building beyond that. So we hit every possible unit we could on the south side. And the meeting attendance, we had about six folks show up. And then we discussed these same issues. And the pretty much everybody that spoke out against removing parking and just going with the buffered bike lanes was on the western portion of Sheboygan, which is called the Carolina Apartments. And their opposition was that building actually houses a lot of disabled folks and persons that don't have cars. And so kind of talking right in this area here. And you can see that we've already, because of that, we've had this loading zone area set up right in front of the building. It's enough for a smaller bus get in there. So there's a lot of
Mark, we can't see a map. If you're showing a map, we can't see a map.
If you're showing us something, we're still on the diagram, Mark.
Okay, how do I get that? I'm going to stop sharing. If I can share my screen this time, share screen. This should work.
Thanks, Robbie.
Yeah, sorry. So now we're looking at the street view down this area here. This is Eau Claire. So I'm at the west end of Sheboygan now. Bus stop. And then as you approach it's about 100 feet or so east of Eau Claire. We have this, due to the fact that there's a lot of pickup here, we have this 24-hour passenger loading zone. And the residents of this building were the ones that were opposed to removing parking due to this fact that they're going to use this. They use it constantly. So they expressed their concerns with the fact that this is going to be difficult for them to, for one thing, it's difficult to find a better spot or a different spot to their loading and unloading. Since this is the entrance and it's a long building, so there's no other locations that are nearby for that loading and unloading. So that was the biggest interesting thing that came out of our neighborhood meeting regarding the change in going to bike lanes on the street. So we do have, we put three options together. On the top, we're looking at the existing layout.
Do you want to go back to your diagram now?
Yes. It says my sheet. Pause. I don't resume share. Oh, all right. Yeah. I guess if I change, it doesn't like that.
I am not an expert at screen sharing. Somebody else might have to help you out with that.
So I'm going back to the diagram.
There we go. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
The top of the page is the existing conditions, and there is kind of an east and west to the marking. So near Madison Yards now, so in that first eastern portion toward Seago, there's really no parking on the Madison Yards side. But then as you get more westerly toward Eau Claire, there begins to be parking on both sides. But the north side is really just parking in the evening, not during the day. And on the south side, that's the loading zone area. So we got three options here. One is we'd maintain parking on one side, and we'd end up with a layout like this. We're not considering widening the street at all, and that's due to the trees. Street trees are they're mature and they're very healthy. And we got option two to remove all parking and go with buffered bike lanes. And then option three kind of covers that situation if we want to try to leave some parking in that area where the folks in the Carolina buildings can use that for their loading, unloading, maybe some deliveries or something like that. But I guess we're looking from the commission tonight to give us some direction on which option that we should go with.
Does staff have a recommendation before we hear from the public? I'm just curious if you have a recommendation.
We don't have a particular one. Of course, the buffered bike lanes would be preferred for the bikes and everyone involved, or for the bikers. But the parking one, parking only, is a compromise. And then this option three is also a compromise, but probably the best compromise that I would recommend. The thing with option two is if we do that, the buses will still stop in the bike lane and still unload and we do expect that to continue. So if that's acceptable to most folks, I guess that would be an option that we could go with. It's 10 foot, so there'd be if there was a bus there and a bike had to go around it, there's a little room, but not much to get around the bus. But we don't have a solid option that we recommend.
Yeah.
Why don't we? Okay, go ahead, Renee. Sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, obviously this committee has talked many times about the value of a buffer bike lane versus a bike lane that is more close to parked cars and the pros and cons of that. I would say, in talking to some of the residents and hearing from them, obviously, paratransit can pick up in a private driveway. But in talking to the residents, it sounds like not every one of the exits in that building is accessible. So they're making those pickups at the front because that is an accessible exit from their building and a place that paratransit can reach them. And just also hearing some worries that about the deliveries that they're getting, and particularly grocery deliveries in that area. So those are some things from the meeting as well, and from people who've called after the meeting.
And we did see some emails as well from the public. Yang, go ahead.
Thank you, Ann. And Mark, Renee, or even Chris, if you're available, could you also talk about the timing of the project and what we need from the commission tonight, whether it's input or it's approval?
Yeah, I can speak to that.
Okay.
So,
thank you, Chris.
The immediate need we have is in the vicinity of the Madison Yards area. We have a developer's agreement with them. They're have a requirement to rebuild some sidewalk and make some space for the bike lane. So in their frontage, and we need to issue those plans in the next month to stay on their schedule. The stretch west of there, I was thinking that would probably make the most sense to remark when we have a resurfacing plan for that road, which is scheduled for 2023. So the most immediate need we have is in front of the Madison Yards area, but and I would think the stretch to the west could perhaps wait a bit until our resurfacing project, so we didn't we don't remark it and then resurface it and then have to mark it again. So those are my thoughts on the timing.
Okay, great. Why don't we hear from the public then?
I can stop sharing.
Diane Powney of Sheboygan Avenue, Madison, Wisconsin, opposes and wishes to speak.
Hello, my name is Diane Peony, and I live and work in the Sheboygan Avenue area. My comments are based on the neighborhood meeting presentations that I attended last week. I made verbal comments and comments in the chat box during that meeting, and I found that you have not been presented with those in your meeting packet, nor has traffic engineering covered them in the presentation. So I've spent the last 4 hours waiting for my opportunity to share them with you. I hope you're able to still listen to what I have to say. I'm not necessarily opposed to the bike facilities. What I am asking you to do is not advance this project until pedestrian items have been added to it. Items such as restoring and increasing the street lighting that came down when the Hill Farms development started and hasn't been replaced yet. Upgrading all curb ramps to ADA standards now, not just those that are going to be displaced by the sidewalk for the bike facilities. And also any other American with Disability Act items that were identified in the city ADA transition plan. These are requirements under federal law. This right now is presented to you as a standalone bike project. This should actually be a bike ped project. If you schedule it now with pedestrian accommodations, as I've discussed, they will be ready when the State of Wisconsin Investment Board Whole Foods buildings are done next year and when the BRT is installed in the next year. Is it too late to make changes to these projects? Well, that's not on me because I commented as soon as I was asked. But okay, if it's too late to make a change on this, then I request going forward that this commission no longer accept bike standalone projects without having pedestrian accommodations considered on par. I'd appreciate it if you would discuss this as part of your decision-making today. Please know that during the meeting with the neighborhood meeting last week, I requested from our alder the same thing, that she not approve this project without there being pedestrian changes as well. I'm available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone on the commission have any questions for the registrant? Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Diane, I do have a question. You named this as you wanted to add bike ped project and rather than a biking project. Could you say more about your views around that?
Yeah, so you've spent a lot of time earlier this evening looking at Vision Zero and some safety things, all those that you have talked about. You've indicated your commitment to doing both bike and pedestrian accommodations. And so that's basically what I'm asking you to do at the same time here, instead of only look at the bicycle stuff. As a resident and person here, I know that there are a number of curb ramps that are not up to current standards and need to be redone. As part of community outreach for the BRT and for the Madison Yards, we were promised those were going to get taken care of. They're not, and they're not scheduled. So I want to see those curb ramps brought into this project, and also the lighting. If you go back to your earlier part of this meeting where you talked about Vision Zero and all that, the statistics you were shown showed a lot of those crashes for pedestrians going on in the dark. And we've seen a significant reduction in the lighting on this street while we wait for all this development to play out. It's been a couple of years. It's time. It's time to get it done.
Thank you very much.
Chris, did you have a comment?
I'm complete.
Yeah, thank you.
Point of order, Chair. Could I for expedient? Could I make a point of order here? Since we've probably got a few commenters on this, could we hear from them and then present questions to staff afterwards?
Certainly we can. I thought that this may have been a response to what Alder McKinney Alder Harrington McKinney had asked. Was it, Chris, or would you want to wait?
We're going to hear from other.
Sure, we can wait. Chris, can you hold your thought and make the comment after the other registrant? Do you have another registrant?
Just as long as my question is not lost in this discussion.
It won't be, ma'am. Are there other registrants, Aiden?
No, there's no more for item 7.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
so Chris, go ahead, and then Alder Harrington McKinney, you can still, come back on. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in response to the question about the PED components, so there's a couple of ways this is planned for. Along the Madison Yards area, there is a developer agreement. They are required to widen the sidewalks and There will be an electrical plan with that plan as well, which will take care of all the sidewalks on there adjacent to their site. And then with the resurfacing project in 2023, we would plan to address any ADA needs with any of the other blocks along the stretch. And I believe we're looking at going down Seago as well. So this whole area will kind of get a pretty nice revamp.
Alder Harrington McKinney, I'm going to let Alder Miazzi, I'm just going to let Alder Harrington McKinney come back and say, does that answer your question, or do you have other concerns?
Just a follow-up, Chris. You had indicated what was going forward. And so from what I heard from Ms. Diane, is that incorporated or missing? So that's, and I apologize if it's a redundant question, but she brought out some very specific questions that you had responses to. Is that documented any place that she can be assured that that's in the drawing design?
Well, the plans for the private development for Madison Yards would be going to the Board of Public Works. One of the linchpins we needed, though, was to kind of get a handle on where how the marking of the street should go. So that was kind of the first thing that Sean needed to figure out. And then our next step is to take those plans for Madison Yards to the Board of Public Works, which would be in the middle of March. And that's when those will be available. And then the plans for the rest of Sheboygan resurfacing would probably be available, next winter time, maybe around this time next year.
Does that address your question, Alder?
I believe it does, but Chris, I can always ask you offline additional questions. I won't take up the time. Thank you.
Okay. Alder Miazzi, go ahead.
Actually, the Alder already asked the question, but also, too, then they say something about lighting as well. Was that addressed?
Yeah, so lighting in the area of the development is going to be part of our developer agreement plans that goes to the board in March.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and lighting on the rest of it, would the reconstruction would address that in 2023 as well, Chris?
Usually the resurfacings don't do too much changes in the form of lighting, but we can look at areas if that's if there are certain areas that my take on the comment was that it's the area of the development where they're working now, where the lights have been taken down for the construction, and that would be, that would obviously be replaced with a developer agreement contract.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you can just look back at the comments that you've received from her. Harold, go. Is that all you had, Alder Miazzi?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, great. Harold, go ahead.
Thank you. I think with regard to the lighting, the other piece to look at, and I hope we're doing that with the whole of the BRT project, is like that around stations, as the commenter has pointed out. I mean, there are pedestrian safety issues, and BRT stations are going to generate more foot traffic for sure. And so, just reviewing what the situation near the proposed stop is going to be with regard to lighting, I think, is a good thing to do. I had a more question. So I think you outlined that the piece that you need to figure out is in front of the Madison Yards development. When this last was at the commission, we also had some discussions around the intersection design. where there was some question like, what's the bike routing going to be? Are there going to be bump outs? What's the intersection going to look like? And I assume that's also the area where you need a TC decision on sooner rather than later, but I did not really see that addressed in the meeting materials, what the idea is for when you get to the intersection.
Maybe Mark could pull up that plan again. I think,
yes, I'll bring it up here.
I think Sean's got it in here.
This is it here. I'll zoom in.
So he's got it all the way to the intersection there. Now figure out.
For all the options, the intersection is going to look the same. This intersection will become signalized with the BRT. So,
does that answer your question, Harold?
I mean, I guess that basically looks like what we saw last time, right? That didn't change.
Yeah, it's the same. I'll zoom in here. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess, I have the same questions that I had last time on the intersection design, but I guess you need to have approval for this piece in order to.
Then, just so we know what to do back here now in this section. If we just make a decision to here, that's Chris was saying, all we need to worry about is this section, and in this section, I think everybody agrees that the buffered bike lanes is the preferred option here in this area.
Okay. Yeah, I think I understand.
So if I can clarify, there's been a lot of discussion about what you need from us tonight, and it sounds like you need a decision with regard to the area adjacent to Madison Yards, and that you don't necessarily need a decision on the area west of Madison Yards. Is that what you're asking us for this evening?
Well, we take the whole thing, but the critical piece is in front of Madison Yards, and there is a little distinction. I mean, if you look at Sean's exhibit 1 or 2, one's got the buffered bike lanes, the whole stretch in front of there. The other one's got some parking.
Maybe you can put those 3 options up, because we really haven't. We've been spending a lot of time talking, and I see your hand up, Darren, and now Chris as well. We've been spending a lot of time talking about lighting and the comments that we heard from Diane. And we do need to talk about the various options. So do you all want to see I have it sitting in front of me because I'm a paper person, but you want to see that up on the screen again with the 3 options? And I'll go to Darren next.
Yeah, just a question in the lane widths that are there on Sheboygan for the size of the street. Is there any reason why, in trying to accommodate the western side later on and adding some flexibility in what happens there for unloading and unloading, is there any reason why it couldn't be looked at as a 10-foot wide lane instead of an 11-foot wide lane?
Can you go to the one that shows the 3 options, please, Mark?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, where Mark is finding the right figure. Actually, I can answer that question. That's a good one. Actually, it was discussed at the commission before. Staff originally actually recommended 10-foot length over there, but we got input from our colleagues at Metro because of bus operation, and this could be a BRT line. So they really need that 11-foot space, for them to function well. So, good question though.
Did you have other comments, Darren? No? Okay, Chris, go ahead.
That was it.
Okay, thanks. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. Well, I can share my thinking at the moment and see what other commission members think. It does seem like the western portion does have unique. I mean, I'm mainly interested in the loading problem that's down there. And honestly, I think that if we do go with the buffered bike lane, the full length, there will still be an issue of delivery vehicles and whatnot using that bike lane. So it might be better to naturally create the space for the bike lane to go around that activity. The buffered bike lane seems ideal. I think if you look at NACTO's recommendations, that's where it would put us. Definitely more comfortable. But the 8-foot parking plus 6-foot bike lane isn't the worst in the world. I think that's what's on Winnebago right now, which I'm pretty familiar with, and it works. So I think I'm comfortable moving towards option 3, but I'd love to hear what other folks think.
Robbie, go ahead.
Thanks. So I could live with having some carve outs for delivery and pick up and drop off. But I will point out that every single one of these buildings has extensive off-street, both parking areas and driving lanes to reach parking that is next to or behind any of the buildings. So if we're just looking at deliveries, it would be just as easy for a delivery driver to pull into one of those drive lanes and run in and drop off packages. I don't know about the accessibility of any of the other doors for people with physical disabilities or who actually need to use the front door. But in some cases, other areas that are off street are significantly closer to certain doors because the Carolina Apartments is actually several buildings and there are doors that are significantly closer than Sheboygan Avenue for several of those buildings. So I just want people to consider that there is already extensive off-street area where deliveries and pickups and drop-offs can occur. Also, to some of the written comments we've got as far as parking, it just happens that in a former iteration of my life, I did a parking study on all the buildings on Sheboygan Avenue and found that the provided parking under and next to the buildings was about 70% occupied at the peak time, which is at night. So the parking availability for the buildings themselves is quite sufficient, and as a matter of fact, more than sufficient. And there is a lot of off-street area for pickups and drop-offs and package delivery people to drive in and get off of Sheboygan Avenue and not block the lane. Again, my only real concern is ADA access to the building if the front door is the only door that is ADA accessible. So I'm just throwing that out there for consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to respond to something that Chris said. I think overall I agree that the focus needs to be on the loading because I think in this situation, loading will occur, whether it is in the bike lane or in a loading zone. So I think proactively addressing that is good. I think I would encourage staff to look if we can go the parking pocket or loading pocket route. I mean, I know there's the large trees and there's the bus stop and there's other competing uses. But yeah, seeing if there's anything feasible there. I did want to respond to the like the 8+6 foot lane is fine. I think the difference to Winnebago is that this is going to be part of the BRT route. So during peak hours, you will have 60-foot buses in an 11-foot lane every 5 minutes. So plus possibly some local routes. I'm not too sure if local routes will use this as well. So I think that makes me much more worried about having a door zone bike lane in terms of the safety. Where during the winter, we all know cars creep over because it doesn't get plowed to the curb. So I think that is a pretty strong argument in this particular case for really aiming for the buffered bike lane. But overall, I mean, it also sounds like we may not need to sort this out for the more problematic stretch of the road because, for the other part, there seems to be fewer competing uses and it is easier to go with the safer option, which is the buffered bike lane. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Harold. Pat, go ahead.
I just would like to start with trying to understand the parking survey, the study. When that is done, I know you did it on 2 different days, morning and afternoon, but is that like you just pick one time and that's the time that you look at it, say, okay, 10 o'clock, this is what's there?
That is a very good question. And parking, utility did this study, and I'm not sure how I think it's within an hour or 2 period that they check it. I don't think it's not a one-time thing, and they just kind of average the number of cars that are in there within that hour or so period. But I'm not definitely sure how long they actually hang out at and then check it.
Okay. We keep talking about equity, and the city of Madison has allowed parking on this street, and now we're taking it away. Where's the equity in that? We are taking away something from people to give it to other people. So we have lost the equity there. We're focusing on bikes. We do not have equity with the people that have always had parking. I cannot support taking away all the parking along there. I travel this street often because I live nearby, and I agree with the people that have written in that the bike traffic is not very heavy there. There has been no issues as far as I know. So I don't know. I just would like someone to talk about the equity factor in this while we are taking something away from people.
Renee, do you want to address that? Or Yang, one of you?
Sure. I mean, obviously, we're here trying to raise some of the particular concerns about this area and the way that it is used. But I think these are, the tough decisions that we make about allocating sort of that limited space that we have within the public right of way and how to best use it for the needs of different people. And so, with all the conversations we've been having, we consider the safety of the different modes. And we know that this is a corridor and it's an important connection. It has huge employment. It has more employment, residential and commercial coming. And it's a place that people will need to access by a variety of modes. And so I know that there is this particular need that we want to reflect on here. So, equity is a part of it as well. It's a big part of what we do. I can't tell you, there's definitely needs for all the modes. So what is the most equity in this particular instance, I guess, is a tough question that we grapple with here. But we have been talking a lot about safety and access. So I think, this is a really good conversation to have. And I think the idea of, how can we best allocate that space in the long run for the whole stretch is an important one, especially since there is this upcoming project that engineering will be doing in this part. And I see that other people have better answers tonight.
Tom, do you want to go ahead and add something to that?
Yeah, and I think sometimes what we do is a lot of this has to do with access, right? We try to provide access for all modes, and we try and provide it equally rather than subsidizing or incentivizing a certain mode. Sometimes what I like to do is I like to use a disabled ramp on a sidewalk. You know what I mean? If you were to count how many wheelchairs use a disabled ramp, there'd really be quite few. You would say, that was used 10 times last month, and so why do we put it in? But really, it's not so much we don't put it in because of the amount of use we think it's going to get, but more that we want to make sure that mode has access to these things, and that's true of bikes. It's true of pedestrians. It's also true of cars, and so that's where if you see what I'm saying, and so I think our transportation plans and our comp plans are trying to kind of move into active transportation and just making sure that all modes have access to all different destinations, really. So.
Yang, did you want to further comment on that?
Yeah, just really quickly, I want to add that, I agree with Tom, but also I want to add that, we'll consider, people of all ages as well. Not people, using the facility as a bicyclist. We want the people young and old being able to enjoy it safely, and we also want to take care of the needs, from the seniors I think living in the apartments, right? As we have seen from many of the public feedback. Each street is different. As when we talk about the Vision Zero Action Plan, for example, Lake Monada Drive, probably going to have a different needs than here. But each street, I think, is a unique set of challenges. I think
Russia's really doing it. Russian president.
Okay. I think Tom forgot to unmute.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah. I think Patricia brought up a really good question. What does equity mean? I think that's a hard question to answer, but I think, to me, that probably depends on the situation. Again, I think equity means differently on Lake Monada Street, means different here, means differently on Island Drive, for example. I think it's a difficult question, and I'm glad that you are all here to help us to figure it out. Thank you.
Okay, Pat, did you have other comments at this point?
Not right now, thanks.
Okay, Darren, go ahead.
Yeah, as I've been thinking and listening, some things were just running through my head, understanding the recent figures released that, 31% of residents in the state of Wisconsin do not operate a motor vehicle. And I think it's slightly even higher in the city of Madison, that figure. I think that, in light of the development coming along there, the proximity to the park, having safe access, especially with the BRT going down there for people in all modes of transportation. We have the sidewalk covered. I'm not comfortable with an unprotected bike lane there. And I think there's a solution to the loading, even with the protected bike lane, to be able to help them out there. So I'm leaning towards option 2.
Okay, thanks, Darren. Bill?
Thanks, Ann. Thanks, Pat, for bringing this up. And I just bit my tongue. This project, while it doesn't look anything like Old Middleton Road, is exactly like Old Middleton Road. We've got residents that depend on access, and they're disabled. And so, whereas Old Middleton, we're trying to rectify the issue behind the project. And I hope that's moving forward. I hope the city is helping those residents. If they're not, I'm going to ask the question later when that project is built. So I think, Chris, for this project, I think you've heard the discussion tonight about the access. So I think as far as the Madison Yards, I have no problem with the buffered bike lanes, because I think those apartments on that east end have driveways that if people need access for disabled and so forth, there is driveways in there. But at Carolina, there is not for that building. And so as a result, I think you have the opportunity to try to resolve whatever issues, whether it's a pocket or whether it's alternative access in the back of the building, whatever. But you've got time now to do that before the resurfacing project next year. So you've got your work cut out for you, but it has to be resolved. Otherwise, I can't approve buffered bike lanes if you don't have the access to the people that need it at Carolina. So I have no problem with the option 2 for the Madison Yards tonight. Thanks.
So what you're suggesting, Bill, is that we go with buffered bike lanes for Madison Yards, but hold off on the west of Madison Yards?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, Alder Harrington McKinney, you're next. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just as an observation, I heard tonight that all modes of transportation are considered, and that was important for me to hear because, Yang and also Tom, you're avid bikers, and I know that. And so, and I'm not saying the only two, but everybody does not ride a bike, and we want safety, and that's paramount. But I am also very concerned about totally eliminating, because I've heard both sides of the story. And if there's an area that does not need a buffered lane, or an area that does not need to remove all parking, those should be considered. And we should really make sure that we are looking at that. And when we're looking at equity means is that absolutely all modes of transportation are considered, and the best choice for that particular space is the one that is selected. So I just wanted to put that into the space. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments at this point? I'm just going to offer, since I do get the option to offer comments when nobody else is, just want to remind everybody of the modal hierarchy that we've discussed in Complete Green Streets, and really is addressed in Vision Zero, in that we're trying to make things safer for pedestrians, biking, and transit, and parking is at the bottom of that hierarchy, and vehicles are just above parking. And it is, of course, important to consider all modes of transportation, but I think we primarily have discussions about safety as we're talking about all of these various modes. And the most vulnerable users, like myself, when I'm older person that I am, I'm out walking, I consider myself to be very vulnerable. So I think that's an important point. But buffered bike lanes, we've talked a lot about how those are much safer for bikers. But there is an issue that does concern me, and that relates to making sure that those folks who are disabled and those folks who rely on paratransit pickups have access to them. So that I am concerned that we don't seem to have a firm answer to that. So, Robbie, go ahead.
I do want to clarify that there is a difference between the Old Middleton Road project, and that is that there is extensive off-street, both parking and driving for all of these buildings, including the Carolina. You can actually just look on Google Street View and you can literally drive down some of those lanes, those off-street private entrances on Google Street View. So there is a really big difference from the Old Middleton Road project. There's actually excess parking off-street in this area that's available to all the residents. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Robbie. I've heard a lot of people say that they're comfortable with moving forward with buffered bike lanes adjacent to Madison Yards. Is anybody opposed to buffered bike lanes adjacent to Madison Yards? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. It seems like there's a lot of uncertainty with regard to west of Madison Yards. A lot of questions, and whether it be the buses, whether it be paratransit, the size of the BRT buses that are going to be moving up and down that area. So a lot of things that people are a bit concerned about on that west end. So do people think it makes sense to recommend moving forward with the buffered bike lanes adjacent to Madison Yards and asking them to come back on the area west of Madison Yards with some of the answers to the questions we've been asking? Any objection to that? Alderman Yazzie, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm no objection. I was actually going to ask for a motion in order to carry it through, but
okay, that's fine. If you'd like to, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to draw that motion that we come back later on for a later time about the western end of the portion.
Okay, and move forward with the buffer bike lanes adjacent to Madison Yards?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that? Robbie?
Yes, second. And if I can speak to a question for a later time.
Okay.
And just speak to the motion. I think one of the questions that I would be interested in hearing about is whether there are other ADA accessible entrances that are as convenient or even available in the buildings that do not use Sheboygan Avenue. In other words, is there another way to get into the building that does not use Sheboygan Avenue for pickups and drop-offs? And are those entrances accessible? I think that is a significant question.
Okay, great, thanks. So what I have is a motion that we move forward with the buffer bike lanes adjacent to Madison Yards and come back with more information answering our questions with regard to what the stretch west of Madison Yards. Further discussion. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just add that I think I agree with Robbie that I think it's probably hard to say that there's a parking issue here. I'm mainly interested in the loading questions. So how often, is there any way to tell how often we've got short-term vehicles stopping there and what really are the alternatives?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anybody else want to get any other questions out on the table? to make sure that staff has them before they come back? Okay, great discussion. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to abstain or vote no. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands in the view that I have. There we go. Thank you. No, I'm definitely not seeing any hands now. Okay, so the motion is carried. So I'll hang on to my notes. And does staff have any questions of the commission? Does that give you what you need? Chris, are you still on, Chris? From a timing standpoint, does that give you what you need for right now?
Yeah, I think we could work with that. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So that does number 7. And we have Hemsley Road now, and I believe we have some folks who have been waiting, hopefully very patiently, to speak. A very long meeting tonight. And I'm just going to throw this out there so people can consider it while we're going through Hammersley. And I'm going to ask people to consider deferring items 9 and 10 to future meeting because they really do not need action tonight. And it's 9:41 at the moment. So just be thinking about that as we go through the Hammersley discussion this evening. Okay, let's see. Aaron and Christy, do we have?
Yep. Hello, everyone.
Okay.
I am Aaron Canton with Streets City Engineering, and I will share my screen. Can you confirm you see my screen?
We can, thank you.
Okay, great. So I am here back again on the Hammersley Road resurfacing project. We brought this for kind of a preliminary review back in January, and we have since moved forward with a proposed design and presented it to the public. So brief recap on the project. We have a resurfacing project on Hammersley Road. West of the Beltline, the limits are from Brookwood Road to the West Beltline Frontage Road, split up over 2 years. 2022 project of this summer would be Brookwood to Gilbert, and 23 Gilbert to the Beltline Frontage Road. As we had discussed previously at TC, that there's no existing sidewalk pedestrian facilities or no continuous sidewalk on this entire stretch of Hammersley, and we're proposing to remove all on-street bike lanes and parking lanes, narrow the street to just 2 travel lanes, and provide an off-street path. As a general background, we can get into some of the specific design elements, focusing in on the 2022 project, and generally the design will follow suit in 2023. So first off, looking at the western end at Brookwood, the long block between Brookwood and Whitney is a little bit narrower. It's about 36 face-to-face. And this entire street as it is now is very dense canopy, lots of steep side slopes. So all the changes we're doing, we're trying to keep them within the existing street footprint, especially from face of curb to limit tree removals and substantial grading on either side. So for this block from Brookwood to Whitney, we're looking at reconstructing and narrowing, bringing in the north side curb, having a 24 face-to-face street, 2 10-foot travel lanes, one in each direction, and then constructing an off-street asphalt path on the north side. This would be lined up with the existing face of curb. Now the stretch is a bit narrower, tighter to work with. We're proposing an 8.5-foot asphalt path here with a full 3 feet grass terrace. This is from back curb to front of path. In reviewing it, we believe a 3-foot terrace is the minimum necessary. As we'll need to relocate mailboxes in this terrace. Trash pickup will continue here, leaf pickup, and also need some terrace space for snow removal. So that's about the minimum terrace space that we're comfortable with, leaving within 8.5-foot path. And then looking at keeping the southern curb line as it is, only spot replacement as needed. Some specific notes on the project. We had 2 very well-attended PIMs. They were the same presentation, held back-to-back, one in the evening, one midday. We also sent out a project survey. We'll get into the results in a bit. The PIMs were very well attended. Really a lot of feedback from people on Hammersley and throughout the city and neighborhood wide. Definitely did hear some concerns about the loss of on-street parking. In hearing that, one thing we have since proposed is an on-street parking pocket. Right now, just proposing it for this block between Atwood and Whitney, which is a long block, about 2,000 feet long, kind of excessively long compared to typical block sizes. And we're proposing this parking pocket. This is mid-block, as centered as it could be. And this would be on the south side. We wouldn't want that on the path side of the street. There's room for that. So we would have to reconstruct some curb on the south side and push the curb back into the what is the front yards, but within city right-of-way. City right-of-way is actually about 15 feet behind the existing back of curb. So pushing the parking pocket here, it works for grading reasons, although it is tight to make work, but we believe it is possible. It would require an additional tree removal beyond what was already slated for removal for condition. So this 20-inch box elder here that was already slated for removal by forestry due to its condition. I'll note that there's kind of like a double tree line work here. That just means it's a two-trunked tree. It doesn't mean two trees. So that was already slated for removal, taking advantage of that, putting the parking pocket here, and then also an additional removal of 59-inch red oak, a substantial tree, at 5905 Hammersley, in order to construct the parking pocket. This red oak is otherwise in good shape, and no notes from forestry on it, so in poor condition. So in hearing concerns about the removal of parking, we have since proposed the parking pocket just on this block, the long block. And I'll mention that I've heard a mix of feedback from residents about this parking pocket and cutting into people's front yards. Something we can certainly discuss. So moving on to some other specifics, we would propose some high visibility green paint at every driveway crossing. This would be a side path with many driveway crossings. So high visibility green paint to improve that. Just mentioned the 3-foot terrace, and then would install concrete driveway apron between the path and the street. And then moving on to the next main cross section, this is east of Whitney Way. This is where it opens up a little bit wider here, east of Whitney Way, all the way to the Beltline. Here we're just looking from Whitney to Gilbert. This cross section, the existing is about 40 face-to-face. So similarly, looking at reconstructing the north side curb, bringing that in 24 face-to-face street here with a bit more room, have a 10-foot asphalt path, and then a full 5-foot terrace, grass terrace, back a curb to front of path, and accommodate what's needed in the terrace there. Similarly, reconstruct or add driveways, green paint at the driveway crossings. And then one thing I'll note before looking at Whitney is that with some recent coordination with utilities and some of MG&E's work, we've actually decided to stop the 2022 project short of the Gilbert intersection. So it would stop somewhere in here, and then the 23 project would pick up beyond there. One thing that I did want to discuss and get input on, though, is a proposed raised tabletop path crossing for the path crossing Gilbert, so speed hump for essentially for cars on Gilbert. There are existing speed humps, I believe, on Gilbert north of here. So having a raised tabletop path crossing here, did receive some notes about looking to offset that off of Hammersley, if possible. That is something we can definitely look into and can also discuss. There are these surrounding trees that we would need to avoid impacting. I think there is a possibility of offsetting it somewhat, but offsetting it for the full length of a car to be able to turn off Hammersley and stop out of the travel lane prior to the path crossing. Probably not feasible with the surrounding trees, but a smaller offset could be. And then one of the main things to discuss today is the Whitney Way crossing here. So what I'm showing is essentially a minimum design, not changing any of the traffic patterns on Whitney and Hammersley, not reconstructing besides adding ramps at any of the medians. this would essentially leave the median geometry as it is, have a slightly angled crossing across Whitney to the medius part of that median island. This would also include an RFB, certainly help with visibility, especially at night for path crossers, also including some slight bump outs at the Whitney-Hammersley intersection to shorten that path up. So this is again, a minimum design. We did look, our traffic engineering looked at some specific, or getting some turning count data out here actually in the past couple weeks. And that brings me to this slide, which is kind of the best case, I would say, for in terms of the path crossing. This design involves restricting turning movement, removing left turns from eastbound Hammersley onto northbound Whitney, which would allow us to combine these two northerly median islands, have a straight perpendicular path crossing with a wider refuge, also include an RFB here. And so traffic engineering did a turning count analysis and actually found quite a lot of left turns on a daily basis from eastbound Hammersley to northbound Whitney, about 904 daily left turns, as comparison about 207 daily right turns onto southbound Whitney. So with that, knowing that that is a substantial turning movement, what traffic engineering is looking at now, which actually will start tomorrow, is a pilot project to essentially remove both of these left turn bays on Hammersley, and seeing how that impacts surrounding traffic, seeing what type of reaction or thoughts we hear from residents. Again, that's going to be up and running tomorrow, it sounds like, and should hear a lot of feedback on that soon, and also would like this commission's thoughts on this design, as it's still a little bit in the works. In this design, this left turn would be restricted, so we'd expect a lot of folks would probably turn right, go southbound on Whitney, and then make a U-turn at Dorset Drive to the south. So if this were chosen, there could potentially be improvements to that U-turn if possible. So this is an ongoing thing, and looking for your feedback. And then to the exhibit, I think that covers the 2022 project. Again, it'll stop short of Gilbert, but also looking at setting up for a tabletop crossing there. Mentioned that the 23 project would continue this same cross section to the west, and then tie up to the Beltline frontage road and the southwest path. And for that design, we would, depending how things go, we would bring that back once that project is up and running or into the planning design phase. So we, as mentioned, we had a project survey, which is still ongoing. And we had some updated results just this evening. We've got really amazing feedback all in all in the survey, a total of 170 responses, which is really fantastic. And I've divided up the survey responses a bit, looking at total survey responses from everyone, including folks on Hammersley and beyond. And it's about 63% in support of the general proposed change, kind of surveyed for the entirety of the changes, street narrowing, off-street path, and about 37% no. So that is the full survey response. And then looking specifically at responses from folks living on Hammersley within the 2022 and 2023 project limits, we saw about 52% yes and 48% no. So pretty split there, 50-50. And I'll say that we got about 69 survey responses from folks on Hammersley out of a total of 127 people who were sent surveys on Hammersley. So that we end up with about 25% yes, 25% no, and then 50% folks on Hammersley who have not responded to the survey. And again, that survey is still ongoing. It closes in a week, and you can also share that update survey answers once that's final. I think that covers the scope of the project. Open it up to thoughts and questions, and specifically looking for feedback on the Whitney intersection.
I believe we have members of the public, if they have been kind enough to wait this long to speak to us. It's been a very long meeting with a very packed and full agenda. Do we still have anybody here to speak to us, Aiden?
There are. First is Alexander Harding of Wyota Avenue, Madison, Wisconsin, supports and wishes to speak.
Thank you for being patient and waiting for us. Can you maybe turn off that so we can and come back to it later on so we can I can see the names of the speakers. If you could stop screen sharing right now, please. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello. So I just wanted to say that this is really a fantastic project, which I'm strongly in support of. Just a couple comments. First is please consider 10-foot lane, a 10-foot multi-use path instead of 8.5-foot when feasible. Please widen the path to keeping the 3-foot terrace. 10 versus 8.5 foot might not seem like a lot, but it really is, especially when it's shared with pedestrians and bicyclists. I'd rather have 10 foot pinched to 8.5 foot where needed rather than 8.5 foot consistently. I don't think it's equitable to accommodate on-street parking and full-size 10-foot travel lanes while not accommodating a full-size, again, according to NACTO, multi-use path, especially given our modal hierarchy. The second comment I want to say is the proposal that removes the left turn lane for cars is safer and more inclusive of everyone, but especially for children and the elderly. Children and the elderly have the most trouble judging traffic speeds and multiple traffic directions at once, which the current condition has. The proposal with a significantly wider median reduces exposure, conflicts, and ambiguity, and is significantly safer. Just one last thing is, according to the CDC, traffic crashes are the leading cause of death for children and young people aged 5 to 29. Please prioritize safety above driving convenience.
Thank you. Does anybody on the commission have any questions for him? Okay, thank you very much. Who do we have next?
Susan Doane of Hammersley Road, Madison, Wisconsin, supports and wishes to speak.
Go ahead.
Hi, Susan. I see you're on the phone. *6 to unmute. Again, if you press the keypad icon and *6, that will unmute you. I cannot unmute you. Okay, we may have to come back to Suzanne.
Okay, maybe we can come back to her and work on getting her unmuted. Who else do we have, Aiden?
Matthew Johansson, Gilbert Road, Madison, Wisconsin, supports and wishes to speak.
Okay, go ahead and we'll come back to Suzanne.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate everyone's time this evening. I live in the corner of Gilbert and Hammersley, so I have a pretty vested interest here. I think that this is a great plan that gives pedestrians, bicyclists, and people that live here access to the road, where right now access exists solely for cars. I believe we should look at our public spaces for people, not for cars. Having children have the ability to walk to access different parks in the neighborhood or the Southwest commuter trail is fantastic and something that I think will benefit the community. I do have concerns with keeping the 2 turn lanes on Whitney Way and Hammersley, just knowing how I hope to use this path. Having those multiple directions, I would be concerned crossing that road still, as Whitney Way, the speeds are quite high. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Matt? Okay, see none. Suzanne, do you want to try and unmute? Joe, what was it? *6? Was that what you said?
Yes, *6. There we
There
are.
we go.
Oh my God! Thank you.
Excellent.
I was pressing pound.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Should I talk now?
You bet. Go ahead.
I'm watching it on YouTube and it's delayed. Okay, I'm totally in favor of the project. I think it's a great idea. I don't think it's fair that people are going to be carved out 15 feet from their front yards for parking because people do not park on Hammersley Road. Except, when they have an event, which isn't all the time. So I just don't think that's the right thing to do. I agree with the no left turn on Whitney Way because I've had an accident there. I think it's a dangerous way, and it's not a big problem to make a U-turn. And, well, I'm happy that this is going to happen. I think it's going to be a lot safer for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, if you want to wait, does anybody have a question for Suzanne? Can I just confirm, so Suzanne, you're in favor of removing the parking pocket and just removing the parking completely?
I am.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
What?
Go ahead.
No, I am. I don't think it's right to. I mean, I know one of my neighbors is terribly upset about that idea. So I just, it's not fair, really. Okay. I've had my say. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, thank you very much. Does anybody else have any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Who else do we have in?
There's David Camel of Hammersley Road, Madison, Wisconsin, supports, does not wish to speak, but is available to answer questions. And there's a few more, but I don't believe they're here. Do you want me to read them out still?
Sure. If you want to read who's read, does anybody have any questions for David? Okay. If you want to just read off who we had register who didn't wish to speak, but may have not been able to wait this long.
All right. So Kathy King, Hammersley Road, opposes, wishes to speak. Don't see them though. David Dreyer, Hammersley Road, opposes, wishes to speak. Pat Carney, Hammersley Road, supports, wishes to speak. Sarah Smith, Jacobs Way, Madison, Wisconsin, supports, does not wish to speak. Robert Park, Hammersley Road, opposes, does not wish to speak. Taisia Kuklina, Hammersley Road, opposes, does not wish to speak. That's everybody.
Okay, thanks. So we don't have any of those other folks here, Joe?
No, they're not. They're not on the list.
Okay. So comments or questions? Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
I wanted to make sure that I recognize the alders in the queue and to make sure if they had words, at what point that they could they can interject if they had questions or comments.
Oh, certainly. Right now, as we're discussing, they're always welcome to join. So, thank you for making that comment. But they are always welcome to join whenever we have any comments or questions and we're discussing. They just can't vote. So, comments about the proposal. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll start with questions about the proposal. First, about the green paint at the driveways. I was somewhat surprised to see that. I mean, I know we use green paint to highlight potential conflict zones, but I mean, since these are private driveways where it will be mostly residents using them, and they will presumably come to realize that, yes, there's now a bike path there. I'm wondering what the thinking behind that is, and also what the additional cost is, both in terms of installation and then maintaining the green paint. That seems, given the number of driveways, quite substantial, and since we have many other marking needs, yeah, I'm not totally sure about that piece of the project. The other piece, question I wanted to ask about, you mentioned at Gilbert the idea like having the race path crossing, which I'm very supportive of, but you mentioned the possibility for offsetting it. What's the reasoning for, like, yeah, I think you said you get feedback from people that wanted it to be offset from the intersection. Can you say a little bit more about why that is?
Yeah, definitely. So first off, regarding green paint at the driveways, that was included hearing concerns of people, especially with steeper driveways or more kind of enclosed areas with lots of trees, poor visibility. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it is just a single family residential driveway, so you wouldn't expect a ton of pulling in and out. And it does have a considerable cost associated, and even more so the maintenance of it, although it would probably last longer without so many cars going over it. Does have that included. So I think that's something we could look at not including in the project and save on that, and could even potentially look at including it in certain driveways where it is really narrow or visibility is tough.
Yeah, Aaron, and I can jump into, I mean, one of the ideas to do this came from talking to Minneapolis, which has, in looking for some good examples, we talked to the people who designed it, and they did it a little bit differently to have a different color contrasting asphalt and concrete, but that has its own sort of maintenance issues and long-term maintenance issues. So green kind of seemed like an option for kind of highlighting people coming and going, particularly who don't live there, and given that it wouldn't have as much traffic on it, we thought it could be worth doing because it might last better, but it is obviously not the same as a commercial driveway where you typically have side paths. So
yeah, thanks for that. And I can also touch base or discuss about the offset crossing. We did receive a comment about that prior to TC tonight, and some direction towards some design guidelines, I think, from Minnesota DOT about offset crossings. And I think maybe some of those design guidelines change over time. But in looking through that, I think there is an advantage to having somewhat of an offset to create a little bit more space for turning vehicles. Ideally, it's the ability for a car to turn and then fully stop before crossing the side street path, which again won't be feasible with trees, but I think even a few extra feet. I think looking at some of the design guidelines, a 6-foot offset was the preferred minimum, which I think would be doable to do, considering it's the terrace space there. A 5-foot terrace space is also included in that offset, so it would just be a few feet jog over. And again, that would be part of the 23 project, and we would look at that, but make sure that we set ourselves up for what we need to, but we would bring back that final design at Gilbert with the 23 project.
Thanks. Yeah, and I think the traffic volumes will be a key question in terms of determining, do you need the offset? How much offset do you need? Like, how many turning cars actually are there at that crossing? But yeah, we can figure that out in the next project then. Thanks.
Thanks, Harold. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. I think Aaron answered my question. I think it is because you only presented west of Gilbert, so that's all we're really addressing tonight. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
We're not looking at the final design for east of Gilbert, or actually Gilbert and east. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Is that all you had then, Bill?
Yeah, at this time. Right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Alder Alvarez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. First off, I want to thank Alder Barbara Harrington McKinney for acknowledging me earlier. I really just want to thank all of you folks on the Transportation Commission. I really appreciate your work and your diligence. And how do I just say this? Like, very, very interesting line of work that I would say that has impacted District 20 quite a bit in the last several years as it pertains to traffic enhancements and safety and whatnot. So thank you all for your service here. I'm going to do my best to advocate as an alder who's been hearing like a number of different concerns, appreciation, and modifications wanted for this project. It's kind of a tough one because, as you can see, the split in the survey that Aaron provided directly on Hammersley, it's pretty close to 50-50, right? I mean, there could have been, I don't know if there were maybe some residents who obviously didn't respond to the survey, but it's a pretty close cut. Obviously, with a little more supporting than there would be for those opposed. But then, generally speaking, at a global level of general residents in the area, there's a much broader consensus of supporting the project. That said, some of the really main themes that came to the surface about this project had to do with on-street parking, and the fact that the approach that we were going, at least initially, didn't have any sort of substantive options for that. I'll say that the city, tried to create some options that are here before you this evening. With on the west side of the corridor has a parking pocket on it, and so I think that there were some folks who did come here this evening, and I want to validate the feedback and concerns and the things that those folks brought up. But I also want to be a voice for the folks who didn't necessarily speak tonight, who, as we did see in public comment and writing, were opposed possibly and wanted to speak, but they're just not here, likely based on the fact that it's 10 p.m. and people have family lives and those sorts of things. People get tired, right? And they have to get up in the morning. So it's my job, I think, as an alder who really wants to be comprehensive and what I'm going to share with you folks today, to kind of share all of that into one voice, hopefully here in the best of my ability. That said, I think overall there's a general consensus of support on this project. I do think that I would really highly encourage this body to consider a few modifications, would encourage folks to take some potential action and motions that would direct staff to revisit some of the planning, or just possibly make a directive to staff on maybe, some additions. So I'll go into that here momentarily. But the the parking pocket on the west side of the corridor, I think, generally speaking, it's a good, how do we say, compromise, right? It really allows folks who do want to have access to on-street parking the ability to do that. The feedback that I've heard from not only from constituents, but also from neighborhood leadership as well, in terms of neighborhood association leadership, that is, because those folks inevitably are an institution that their job is to hear feedback from those residents locally, is that it would be also welcome to have a pocket parking on the east side of the corridor as well, of Whitney Way. So that way there's a parking pocket on both sides of those corridors. I think what will likely be shared from a city staff perspective is that corridor is much smaller on the east side, so it might be reasonable to have a smaller parking pocket. That said, I think that would be very much welcomed from the community. It would make this a much more of a compromised and sort of well thought out and well vetted and equitable sort of approach in adding that parking pocket on the east side of the corridor. So I'd really encourage this body, particularly my alder colleagues, to consider making a motion on that, or just one of the resident members of this commission to do that, or to maybe ask staff that in iterations of this, that it would include that as well. I think another thing that I've heard with somewhat of a mixed bag, but a little more towards support, is the actual for folks that are driving on the eastbound corridor, driving on the corridor from the eastbound perspective, that they would have the ability to turn left. I think that that's something that I have definitely heard. So I would like for this body to consider that as well. I think that both sides bring a lot of merit to the perspective, but I think I've heard a little more support from the constituency that they would like to preserve that ability. I know that there's a number of different ways in which we can do that, and so I would think it would be nice for this body to consider the best approach for that. Let me see here. I'm trying to just refer back to maybe some of my notes that I have here to make sure I'm not missing anything. I feel like those are the big ones that were brought up, is actually making an addition of a parking pocket on the east side of the corridor. I do think that that's going to be interesting how it plays out, right? I think that there are many residents or folks who probably are maybe not aware of the tariffs and how this could impact their front yard. But I think that, again, still, this is I feel like creating those parking pockets is a good compromise for trying to get as many things done as we can with this project. If anybody has questions for me, I'll definitely be here for that. I'll do my best to stick around here and kind of interject as I see the conversation going in a way or not going in a way that I think it should. But that said, those are sort of my comments and feedback on the project. That globally it feels fairly welcomed, but I think that some of those modifications, primarily the east side addition of the parking pocket and being able to allow folks who are going eastbound to still turn left, I think that those will really kind of help this be a well-welcomed project within this community over here.
Thank you, Alder. And thanks for joining us, and thanks for hanging with us for this long. We had a lot that we needed to cover tonight, and we're probably not even going to get to it all. So is that all that you had right now? Did you want to hear from staff on any of your comments before I let you go on to the next person?
If you're okay with that, Madam Chair, unless if there's members of the body.
Yeah, I'm interested in staff responding to your suggestion that there be a parking pocket on the east side as well, perhaps a smaller one. Is that something you've considered in the feasibility of that, as well as the left turn for those folks going eastbound? Aaron, if you would.
Yeah, I can comment on that. So, yeah, kind of as Alder Alvarez had mentioned, the block from Brookwood to Whitney is about 2,000 feet long, excessively long block. The block from Whitney to Gilbert is about 1,000 feet long, still a fairly long block, but less so. And we have looked at fitting in a parking pocket there. I can't say for sure if it would be feasible. It is actually a much tighter area because the street over this stretch is wider. There is less space to work with from the existing back of curb to the right of way. It's only about 10 feet. For the parking pocket, we would have to shift back about 8 feet. And we're already kind of having to do some funky stuff with the kind of design of the parking pocket to make it work with the grading. So I think it would be very difficult to fit in on that block, just given that you've got less right of way to work with. I think it's probably unlikely to be able to get easement for a parking pocket, especially because there has been resistance from folks who actually live on the proposed parking pocket on the other block. But with that said, I could definitely look further into it. I think probably would be hard to get something as big in terms of parking pocket, but maybe something that could accommodate 2 or 3 spots. But I guess I can't say for sure feasibility, but it is definitely a tougher stretch. And one thing that I'd also like to note is that block between Whitney and Gilbert. It is a little shorter. It's a little closer to on-street parking on Gilbert, as well as on-street parking available, I believe, on Whitney Way, which seems underused. And I don't know if folks know that they can park there. So I think that there are some other options in the area. But I will certainly look at the feasibility from a construction standpoint, grading standpoint, and can follow up with you, Alder Alvarez, on that.
And with regard to the left turn question that he asked?
So I guess I wasn't sure of a specific question, more a comment from hearing from folks in your constituency that want that left turn preserved. Is that right?
Aaron, I think if I'm hearing you correctly, yes, that there's definitely a sentiment of wanting to preserve that left turn, correct?
Yep. And I think maybe someone from traffic engineering could comment on that a bit more as they're sort of running the pilot study and proposed or potential changes there.
Is that you, Jeremy?
Yeah, that'd be Renee or I. Yeah, so we're definitely trying to kind of curious to see. I think part of the purpose of our pilot was to kind of gauge some of the neighborhood feedback and kind of get a feel for what the neighborhood feels. So it's definitely useful for us to hear from the alder about kind of what he has been hearing from the neighborhood.
Did you have anything else on that, Renee?
No, I was just going to say, we're going to do this pilot. It'll give us a little bit more information on the impacts of having that closed, as well as gather just a little bit more information as people experience what that would be like.
Okay, and you'll keep the alder in the loop on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, Alder, is it okay if we go on to the other members and then come back to you with other options, or did you have anything else to add at this point?
Yeah, I don't want to necessarily rebuttal Aaron, but if you mind if I just provide context for this body and what Aaron provided as a response?
Go ahead, sure.
So Aaron, I appreciate that. And I understand that the sort of profile of that eastbound corridor is a little more complicated. I would say let's work around that, right? Let's try and find a way to still work within those parameters with that more complicated profile. And it's still a very long street, right? For many folks, it may seem smaller, but I think that for folks who have a desire for on-street parking and not to have it there leaves much to be desired, unfortunately. So I think I would just encourage, city staff and this body to kind of push on that, even if there's a more complicated profile for doing it. Also, I think that the utilization of Whitney Way as a parking, measure. I'm not sure how many of you have actually been at that intersection. It's really not a desirable spot to really park, on Whitney. So I think it not only does it not have a residential feel, people have, it's not, I would say it's not a really desired spot to park, essentially. And so parking directly on Hammersley, or at least a spot to park, would just be a better approach if we can get to that. So that I would just push this group on that consideration as well. So hopefully that's a little more context. And Madam Chair, I appreciate you indulging me for a few more moments on that.
Sure, no problem. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks. I'll just second what Alder said about Whitney Way. Living in that area, parking, I wouldn't park on that. You're bound to get hit. There is a very, very abrupt vertical curve as you just to the south of Hammersley. And so traffic sight distance is an extreme problem. And so parking there is a challenge. And so I think if there's any possible, even for a few cars on Hammersley in that block between Whitney and Gilbert, I think that would be worth pursuing. I think and I'll be very interested in the results of traffic survey of our experiment with the closure, because I think that'll be very interesting. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I think, Bill, I agree, and although Burris with the feel of Whitney Way, which I think why it's so crucial to get that crossing there, right? Because right now that is, being on Hammersley, walking is obviously bad because you don't have a sidewalk. Biking is bad, but once you get to Whitney Way and need to get across to these turn lanes, where you have to look in all different directions of cars coming at your way, and there's that hill and the turn. So I think I'm very supportive of crossing that decreases crossing distance that has a protected median island. And so, I'm also curious to see what your experiment is going to lead to. I would encourage you to think about, what is the outcome measure of the experiment that you're doing? Is it people who used to be able to make their left turn and no longer being able to do that complaining to you? Or how do you measure the improvement? Because you can't get an immediate safety impact measurement, and the path will not be in place yet. So there will be not a lot of people walking and biking. So I think putting that in perspective when you evaluate the feedback that you get from that testing of eliminating some of the turns is important. And I think overall I'm very supportive of the off-street path, as one of the commenters pointed out. keeping it as wide as possible where possible. There is a difference between 8.5 and 10. I think we saw some feedback from residents who were concerned about interactions between people walking and biking on the path. And one solution to that is to make it as wide as possible where you can. I don't think, regarding the pavement markings, I expressed my skepticism. So I think that's a lot of cost. And so we really need to be mindful that that's a good investment here. That's my feedback. Thanks.
Thanks, Harold. Alder Miadzi, go ahead.
I know it's getting late, so Harold was spot on, and Bill was, and definitely I wanted to, also say what Alder Bowers, my colleague, said about the stretch being a long stretch, and trying to see if definitely that's something that could be feasible as far as the eastern end, and trying to make that that come to fruition. Thanks.
Okay, so what I'm hearing so far is people are very interested in hearing the results of the pilot with regard to the left turn or no left turn. Interested to hear if a smaller parking pocket is possible on that eastern stretch. And also interested in keeping the path as wide as possible. Am I missing anything? And does that give staff what you need right now, or do you need more definitive from us? Harold, go ahead.
Maybe just to add, I think the emphasis is on the safety of the Whitney Way crossing. And I think if it turns out that for whatever reason we can't eliminate the turns, then we still need to figure out how do we get people safely across that street and what that may look like. I'm not sure.
Absolutely. So can you let me know, Aaron and Jeremy and Renee, do you have what you need? We've given you some things that basically say maybe go back and maybe come back again. Where are we at with regard to this and with regard to timing?
Yeah, maybe Christy, do you want to chime in on that?
Aaron, I'll jump in. Christy Bachman from City Engineering. We were hopeful that we would kind of zero in tonight, but we obviously haven't. And we're more than happy to take a look at what you guys have brought up. And I think the best way for us to proceed here is to go ahead and delay our schedule a little bit. We were originally supposed to mail for assessments on March 4th. And when we do that, we want to tell the folks exactly what we're proposing. So I think what I would recommend now is that we follow up on these requests and come back to the March 9th Traffic Commission or Transportation Commission meeting.
Okay.
And present that to you. So we should have some answers by then. And then on that date, we definitely would be looking for, a clear direction, thumbs up, thumbs down, so that we could then start our hearings on the assessments, because that would be our last chance to get things started in a timely fashion to have the construction in 23. Does that sound reasonable there, Aaron? And
that sounds that sounds good from our standpoint. Does that work for everybody else? And Alder Alburis, you may want to put March 9th on your calendar if you're able to come back and join us again. Everybody else, does that sound like a plan? Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. So, seeing as how we are at 10:29, I would encourage somebody to make a motion that we defer items 9 and 10 to a future meeting, depending on how much is availability. Alder Harrington McKinney. Is that a motion, ma'am?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry, I was.
That's
yes,
okay.
That is the nature of my motion.
Okay, thank you. And Alder Miadzi, is that a second?
I'll refer to Robbie on this one.
Okay, Robbie, is that a second?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right. Anybody wish to discuss deferring items 9 and 10 to a future meeting? I'm going to, okay. All right. We'll assume unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. Okay, so we'll defer those to a future meeting. Chris, if you could give us like the 5-second version of the crossover report.
I can. There was an update on complete green streets. I think that's probably all that would interest folks.
Whoa, that was 5 seconds. Awesome. It was very good. So anybody who was not there, please take a look at the presentation. It will tell you everything that you need to know. I did have something to talk about as announcements from the chair, but I will do that on March 9th. Let me just say, watch how the files are organized in Legistar, and I'll be interested to hear what you think about the new organizational techniques out there. And you can let us all know what you think. With regard to topics for March 9th, we're going to add suspending the carpool discounted rates throughout the city of Madison on that agenda. And assuming Tom Lynch and other folks are available, we'll add item 9 and 10 on that agenda as well. Does anybody have anything else that they want to see added for a future meeting? Okay, and I know it was a long meeting tonight. We had a lot of things that we needed to get to, and they were not short topics, as you can see. So thank you all so much. And sorry I had to step out. I have a sick dog, and she needed to get her meds. So thanks for allowing me to step away. I was listening to you. I was just in the kitchen. So thanks, everybody. Take good care.